What up, everybody? Hope you guys are having a decent September 11th. Um, Kind of a rough couple days for the country, I would say. And I think it's important for me to do a stream about my thoughts regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Unlike others who I've seen in this discourse, there's been some kind of downplaying of the significance of this event, regardless of your overall reaction. And I'm going to turn off alerts real quick so I don't get interrupted. My bad. Sorry, guys. But thank you for the follows and all that stuff. I think this is a hugely significant moment for our country. And it doesn't have to do with like the nature of, well, it's one person who died for one attack. You know, a lot of attacks happen. But for those of you guys who like watch my stream, I'm assuming you have some understanding like my values. And my value set includes like foundational principles of this country, which are that we resolve our conflicts and differences not with like violence, but with words, with democratic processes, institutions, that kind of stuff. That's kind of my bread and butter. So it should come as no surprise to you that why someone is killed, though we don't know, in all honesty, the precise motive. But I think that the strong, likelihood here is, regardless of the particular ideology of the shooter, it almost certainly had something to do with the political views of Charlie Kirk. I would put that at a high likelihood. That why someone is being killed, the manner in which they're killed, is hugely significant in this country. And the person being killed is hugely significant. So it's not about the number of lives lost here that I think relate to my understanding and thought process regarding its significance. So I just want to underscore before we start, I do think this is a very pivotal moment in our country's history. I think it's a moment of massive significance, and one where like every former living president has commented. That's George Bush. I think Bill Clinton made a statement. Biden made a statement. Obama made a statement. Kamala Harris made a statement. So this is a nationwide story for a person who was hugely influential in terms of the 2024 election and really in terms of conservative right-wing politics now for the better part of, what would you say, 7-8 years? If not more, better part of a decade, and a pretty young guy. So my plan is to kind of walk through my thoughts, my reactions, and then talk a little bit about, my value add here, which is my reaction to some of the reactions. So yeah, that's the game plan. So let me start by like walking you through the day. This was yesterday. I was planning to stream, but I stopped streaming once I stopped that plan. Like I was going to go live when I saw what was happening with Charlie Kirk, because it was breaking news and I was pretty much just glued to what was happening. It did affect me, like personally watching it, because one, just the human, I'm just telling you, sort of going through what happened. When I saw that footage, it is some of the most grotesque and affecting footage that I've seen of like someone getting killed. And it like left an imprint on your mind, just a visceral reaction. And I had just seen, so there was footage going around of Charlie Kirk with his daughter and family and stuff. I had actually seen that going around earlier, maybe some months earlier. I don't quite remember, but it was familiar footage to me when I saw it. And that strongly affected me. I'm just walking you through sort of my reaction to it. And so I had that in my mind. I knew that he was a father, and I was desperately hopeful that it wasn't true. I saw Mike Lee, who was the senator from Utah, make a statement about it, and I was really hoping it wasn't true. I was really hoping, but then I saw the footage, and I mean, like, it was a horribly graphic wound, and it looks like it was like pretty hard, like an unsurvivable wound, essentially. So emotionally, like it was impactful on me for sure. I'm not gonna lie. Just from that human connection, just like the visceralness of it, the family stuff of it, and so we were glued to our television slash internet like streams and coverage and all that stuff. And then news came out that he had passed away. So that's sort of like my initial reaction to that is I'm super anti-violence and yeah, man, like yeah, it was horrible to watch, hard to stomach, that kind of stuff. And yeah, but here's like my take on it, my thoughts on the killing itself. Obviously, I consider it to be a cowardly, evil act in and of itself. In the context of our American system, it makes no sense to resolve our conflicts using violence this way, this kind of political violence. Not only do I consider the act itself to be reprehensible, in terms of its effects, it can only make things worse regarding the climate of the country, regarding, our interactions and understanding of either side of the political divide, for our understandings of ourselves. So this is not good. And it will not lead to good outcomes. And beyond the kind of like, well, the act itself, its effects, a lot of these people, even though you may disagree with them, the people who share Charlie Kirk's outlook, these are people that we have to live with in this country. We need to find a way to like live together. And the answer can't be bloodshed, can't be violence. That can't be right. So just as I condemned the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the assassinations of the Minnesota lawmaker and her husband earlier this year, and the attempted assassination of that Minnesota state senator, I obviously will condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I don't think it's a hard thing to do. It's a no-brainer. And I'm happy to see, I think most mainstream Democratic figures, left-wing aligned figures, are doing likewise. So that's like right off the bat. Easy to say. And not a hard analysis here. And obviously, people who are celebrating, I think I condemn it. That's horrible. I think people who celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk in this context, that's a wrong thing to do, and I think it's ghoulish and likewise cowardly. Even if it would have the desired effect here, I mean, you're ripping apart a man from his family, a father from their children. So yeah, bad shit. No problem condemning it in the fullest possible terms. I want to be clear though I obviously think that this is a horrible act, and I think that this is a cowardly act, one that should be condemned in the strongest possible terms. It's not right for America. It's not American values. It's not human values. I'm not going to sit around and let people lie. About the purported cause of this assassination before we know the facts. B, about who is being, quote unquote, irresponsible regarding their rhetoric. And C, but the nature of the tensions that we're living in and the experience that we're going through right now. More importantly than that is what I take to be the lies being told, the assaults on our freedoms that both predate and postdate this tragic event. And I think it's more important in the face of tragedies and assaults on what we are as Americans to stand up for those freedoms even more so. People will often like rattle off and talk about the loss of freedoms attendant to the war on terror, but you forget where the war on terror, or some of you may, like that came out of a maelstrom of justifiable outrage and anger. My father always used to tell me, you know, make a speech when you're angry and you'll make the best speech you'll always regret. So I think that people need to calm down. And this government needs to calm down and tone down the rhetoric now. It is disgraceful that the leader of this country, at a time when we need to calm down tensions, went on a stage and whatever AI video that was, I don't even know. I'm not making any of those accusations, though there were some weird glitches in it. It looked odd. I'll tell you that much. I thought it was AI the second I looked at it. It just looked off. That the leader of this country is just rattling off and pondering on the motives without any evidence, without even an ID of the suspect. That is disgraceful. Disgusting. The largest microphone on the planet. And he uses it not to calm tensions down, but to ratchet tensions back up. And I say largely the same stuff, by the way, for the people who are celebrating the attack. I just have less responsibility when they're not in public office. They didn't take an oath to uphold the highest office of the land. They don't have that awesome weight responsibility for like the online leftists who are now being like, I don't know, attacked, doxxed, and canceled and being fired because they're celebrating. But look at the MAGA influencers on social media and on YouTube. They are not calming tensions at all. They're calling for war. This is a war. This is a battle. You're not going to like what happens next. And so I'm admonishing, I mean, not that it's going to matter. Not that anything I say will matter in that respect. But it is disgraceful, I think, at a moment like this to be playing into those urges. So, yeah. That's my take on kind of the initial response there. I'm concerned by the course of the investigation and the manhunt that's happening right now. There's a lot of mixed messaging coming around. I just heard this press conference where the Utah governor is stating there's like Chinese and Russian bots trying to spread misinformation. And at a time when Chinese and Russian bots are spreading misinformation, we have like the FBI director saying one thing and then the person conducting the press conference saying another. Congratulations, suspect in his hand. Oh, wait, he's not in hand. Oh, yes, they're anti-trans Antifa ideology, or sorry, pro-trans Antifa ideology. Oh, wait, no, there's not. It is not good in terms of messaging. We don't have a positive ID on the suspect. You know what? Maybe it's hard. I'm not going to say that I know how these investigations are running or that it's running poorly, but the messaging coming out of it is concerning, to say the least. And I don't know for sure that the personnel issues in the FBI have anything to do with it. I have no idea about that. I don't want to speculate like without further proof of that. But it is concerning. Is the head of the operation talking to everybody? Is everyone communicating correctly? What are the priorities here? And is the, push for transparency, maximal transparency at every second, is that actually doing more to make the public confused? Before you've come to a conclusion or some reasonable conclusion on what the evidence is showing, you're just jumping the gun and tweeting. That can't be the right way to do the public messaging here on an issue of mass importance when the country is at a state of like, we're empirically, epistemically, in terms of our vision of reality, more divided than ever. No one knows what to believe. At a time like this, you want to be sending mixed signals? That's a recipe for disaster. To say nothing of the current Oval Office occupant's speech and the assumptions that he's making and his followers are making. In terms of our political rhetoric regarding Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I take nothing back in terms of what I've said about Trump or Charlie Kirk. We should not be lionizing Charlie Kirk. You don't need to lionize Charlie Kirk to condemn his murder and assassination. Charlie Kirk tried to overthrow a free and fair election. And so did Trump. I believe Trump is a fascist. I used to, and I still do. And I believe their movement, this MAGA movement by these MAGA elites, is trying to destroy this country. And nothing about this unjustified, cowardly assassination changes either the substance of what I believe or the way in which I'm going to express it. I have always condemned vigilante justice. I've always condemned political violence, and I will continue to. But I'm not going to mince words about what I actually believe. Nor would it be even-handed for me to do so, considering the rhetoric that's coming out of MAGA these days. I want to be clear about something. Trump and his affiliates have called Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats Nazis, fascists, all the names in the book. Jack Posobiec has a book called Unhumans. So I condemn in the strongest possible terms this cowardly assassination. He should be brought to justice as soon as possible. But let's not kid ourselves here. MAGA is a threat to this country. It was and continues to be. And they're proving it, and Trump is proving it by his response. What are they talking about? The MAGA influencers rounding up people who have this ideology, doing baseless criminal charges of ideological enemies. And ultimately, once again, like they were doing for their pro-Israel stance, using the powers of the state for blatant viewpoint discrimination. As an initial example, deporting people because of their views on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Not while I draw breath. I'm not going to be cowed into not condemning that. That is a deplorable use of government authority. And there is no Charlie Kirk exception to the First Amendment. None. At this point, it's kind of boring to go over the double standard here. So I'm not even going to try. If you're a regular viewer of mine, I mean, need I say more? I think that this killing, like I said at the start, has special significance. But let's not kid ourselves again. Democratic politicians were killed this year as well. And we saw what Trump and MAGA's reaction to that was. So I'm not going to dwell that much on the double standard here. But it cannot change the truth. The truth is, Trump is trying to destroy our country. And they're using this tragic, cowardly act to further cement authoritarianism and to justify their overreaches. And they're telling you out loud to them this means war. Before we even have a full accounting of what the hell happened. Just like, by the way, it's not too dissimilar to, in my mind, the reaction to the 2020 election results. Before it was even be possible, right, to understand the scope of alleged voter fraud, before we even have an idea of a suspect, they are jumping to conclusions. Now, you can jump to conclusions in terms of people's reactions. And if these individuals are popping off saying things like, this is okay to do, or this is fine, I have no problem with y'all condemning that. But I'm not going to be a party to a galvanization of Charlie Kirk. It isn't what I feel. And it isn't what you should feel either. You should feel heartbreak for the human loss. You should feel angry at the injustice. This is an injustice. And you should feel determined to apprehend the suspect and to condemn this cowardly and ultimately evil act. But never lose sight of what we're up against politically. Because this action doesn't change that calculus 1%. And some of the reactions from your favorite MAGA conservative, I don't even need to, you guys, I'm sure, have seen it already. Blatant lies. Absolutely whistleblowing in terms of, whistleblowing, I should say, dog whistling with respect to violence and what's going to happen. Are you scared? Are you scared? You know what they're doing? And some true threats. So that's my response on the assassination. Similar things in terms of distortions regarding what happened at Congress with the moment of silence. I think it's preposterous the notion that we should have Charlie Kirk lie in state. I think, these kinds of official government endorsements of religion, I don't approve either. But, they have no compunctions about lying regarding what happened there, even when that chronology is available for everyone to see. But yeah, those are sort of my thoughts. I'll unmute alerts. And yeah, you guys have any... If you want to call in to talk about what's going on, feel free to. We should take care to abide by the terms of service. I don't want anyone glorifying the death or advocating for violence or anything like that. Here's some example. Fuck that Democratic congressman. But it's, this is typical, right? Like, just as there are leftists absolutely celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, I haven't seen any mainstream political figure do so from the Democrats. To a man, their response, from what I've seen, has been completely calibrated, moral, ethical. Mamdani's statement was great. AOC's statement I thought was great. Joe Biden's statement was fantastic. Barack Obama's statement was great. I have, to a person, right-wing politicians want occupations, etc. How do you remove violent rhetoric from politics when violence is politics? Generally not sure how to talk to my family about this. I think it's just about, we understand that at some level of abstraction, the use of government force is, I guess, technically violence. The libertarians are correct about it. It's about what or the means to achieve that, I guess, state monopolization of violence by having enforcement by the government. And that the means of that ought to be legal and ought to be peaceful. Because we don't live in North Korea where there like needs, or some other state where perhaps in a state of absolute tyranny, where you could think of some revolutionary where you would, maybe think highly of them. We live in America. And in this country, abandoning the system that we've set up, I think, should not be done lightly, and certainly not in response to political assassination of this kind. The problem, Pisco, is that Republicans won't do the same for us. Okay, if I can't reach your heart, because I encourage you, just watch that video. And I understand that you might be like, what about the Gazans? What about the people who are dying in school shootings? But just watch that video of that child going to hug her father. But if I can't reach your heart by showing you that video, if your heart is cold to that because everything else, can I at least reach your head? Do you think it makes any political sense for Democrats to like refuse to condemn a cold open bushwhacking in the middle of a college campus? That's not smart. Even if you can't find it within your heart to have any like pity for this human and their family, and maybe you can't. How stupid it must be, or would be, to be like, oh, you should be catty about the death here, or you should refuse to condemn it until there's some like requisite showing of recompense for all of the deaths that were ignored or where lies were amplified by the right regarding those deaths. You're never gonna get that. So even tactically, strategically, I just don't understand the sense in doing the double standard thing. Acknowledge the double standard for sure. Acknowledge the double standard. Acknowledge the ridiculous commentary, which I take to be absolutely ridiculous. Some of it, not all of it. But don't let that stop you from doing the right thing. While at the same time staying principled, I would say, in standing up for rights, freedom, and against tyranny, which they're gonna escalate for sure in terms of rhetoric, and they're already trying to do it with the government, literally proposing to deport people on the basis of their downplaying of Charlie Kirk's assassination, whatever that means. Going to be an interpretation of the beholder, I suppose. Yeah, we watched the video of him buying a present for his daughter, like this like beautiful, I don't know, like this pink toy that she wanted. If you can't watch, I mean really, seriously. If you can watch that video and not feel something for that little girl, I mean, that, just in terms of, put aside the rational thought of it, put aside the anything of that. If you can watch that video and not like have your heart breaking too for that girl. And she was there. She was on the scene. That's what they say. So that was a brutal bushwhacking. That was a horrible assassination. There is nothing that compels you to be like weak on that. Just be like, this is horrible. This shit sucks. And not that it really matters, because I recently did these live events with Tim Pool, and then I did one with this guy, Actual Justice Warrior. You can disagree with them politically. I can guarantee you, some of these people, behind the scenes, and you have these family members, right? Like, you have family members who think similarly to people like Charlie Kirk. That doesn't mean that they're lambs to a slaughter. And yes, Charlie Kirk he's an elevated person of importance. I'm not denying that he's not just like your uncle who shows up at Thanksgiving, okay? But I like some of these people behind the scenes, you know, they're good. They're decent people. I'm not saying Charlie Kirk is one of them, but like, because I certainly have never met him behind the scenes or anything like that. But don't just assume, you know, they could be confused. They could be propagandists. They could be this or that. But, yeah, man, I can't help but feel like definitely angry at what occurred. Super angry. I don't think Democrats are jumping for joy, by the way, Max. And I think I've been clear about that. That I think the response from Democrats and from mainstream political figures on the left has been perfect, exceptional. Point to me with someone who's done something that's like glorifying the death of Charlie Kirk. You can find influencers who do this, for sure. I think that they more live in the leftist circles. And you can find influencers who make bad statements, for sure. But in terms of Democrats with political power, their statements, I think, have been good. And certainly I condemn anyone who's glorifying these deaths or this death. Yeah, the teachers, all these people, I think this is stupid, wrong to do. There are going to be people, which by the way, you can find them in any political group who are like, yeah, I don't feel sorry when like such and such person dies. Or I don't feel sorry. Like, yes, in any population of that amount, you're going to find everyday people as well. I'm not here to tell you that it's only 1% of people. It's probably larger than people than that. But the people of influence, the people that are leaders, they're not doing that. And to see that, I mean, like, really watch the difference in the speeches between Joe Biden after Donald Trump's attempted assassination and Trump's speech afterward in terms of unifying the country. But, yeah. Can I comment on the FBI's handling the investigation? No, I'm not an FBI or law enforcement person. I can say the messaging. I can see the messaging. I can say, sorry, the messaging was awful. Absolutely terrible. So I think that the messaging has been horrific. It's mixed messages. It's putting out information, then retracting it. It's not being on the same page. So I can't speak to the investigation. I'm concerned that we don't have an ID yet. I'm concerned that they're having to appeal to the public for help. But that's just because I'm very like anxious to get this person and to bring him to justice. But I can't comment on whether the investigation is good or bad because I'm not law enforcement and we don't have like any information that would lead us to believe that the investigation itself has been handled corruptly. The messaging, though, I think has been done poorly. I think that people can say that. I think we have enough information, at least so far, that the messaging has been bad. No, but we also don't have like a basis to believe that law enforcement are behaving irresponsibly apart from the messaging. Like, I don't have a reason to think that they're not doing all but their best efforts to find this person. My concern is that maybe some people won't believe whatever the official story is that comes out of that the more time there is before an arrest, I'm concerned that it will bring into question in people's minds. And the last thing I want is some kind of, it's probably too late at this point, massive conspiracy infrastructure to be built around this. Is if someone Kirk Pissman, would the chat be calling for bringing the temperature down? Think. Listen, I think that I would want this is a little bit morbid, but do you think I'd be calling for vengeance? You think I would want people to call for vengeance? I believe in justice, bringing to justice people who are responsible. That is, the people who planned and intention my murder or something, right? My killing or someone else's killing. We want to bring them to justice for all the reasons of deterrence and just desserts, but not vengeance against people who are not responsible, not vengeance against the right. You know, I'm sure, right, that the majority of MAGA people would condemn any attempted assassination or assassination of Joe Biden. I'm sure they would. That a majority of those people would do so. And that if some crazy MAGA person went to kill Joe Biden, I would not be here stating that that's representative of the whatever million people who voted for Donald Trump. Now, would I say so? Potentially some people have irresponsible rhetoric. Sure. But you have to point those individuals specifically and talk about what they said that was irresponsible. I don't think legally Trump has a stronger case for emergency powers. Because think about this. This was a criminal act. But we have to remember, this country, political assassinations are unfortunately common. And so though I believe this to be a moment of massive significance, I do think it is enormous significance and an enormous tragedy. This is not the result of an emergency. And it's not a basis to declare one. And anyone who attempts to declare an emergency or try to invoke emergency powers on the basis of this criminal act, I would condemn that. And we should fight against that. Okay. I'm now on Discord. If there are people who want to hop in, go to Stream Disagreements. You don't have to be a disagreeer. You can just be a commenter. I admonish you to maintain decorum and not to violate terms of service if you have a comment that you'd like to make. I see Aiden. All right, let's take a look at Aiden. What up, Aiden? Do you have a comment for the stream? You're live.
Yep.
What's up? How can I help you?
I'm back. How you been?
Oh, I've been good, thanks. I mean, kind of rough these past couple days. Just disturbing news, but yeah, doing well.
Okay. I mean, we all saw in the news. I was listening to Hutch and this other guy named, I can't remember his name, like Chris Kazilla, something like that. He talks about, he has more analytical takes on stuff like that.
He's like the ex-CNN guy, right?
I think so. I think so. And he said something, and I was like, they both said this thing. I was like, that kind of is kind of true. I don't think, forget Donald Trump. I don't think any of the other leaders in Congress, a lot of them are not equipped to deal with this either, to be honest. Like to deal with the time, because, and I think he pointed out the prayer thing in Congress and how that became like a whole, they started shouting at each other and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, nobody's equipped to deal with this shit.
You think that our leaders aren't equipped to deal with what?
The increasing divisiveness and the rhetoric, only like especially Donald Trump, I guess, go back and make it worse. Because it could get worse from here. Honestly, I don't even see a way it gets better unless people just kind of chill. But I don't know if we're going in that direction, honestly.
So
Uh,
equipped to deal with like a MAGA assault on freedom, a MAGA rhetoric, a MAGA, or to deal
I
with the
mean,
country, the
I
state of the
just the
country.
deal like I mean, there's been an uptick. People talking about the uptick in political violence. You got the Minnesota lawmakers, the
Mhm.
attempts on Donald Trump. You got the this then other things. Like I think historically, like for example, MLK gets assassinated. I guess where we get the Civil Rights Act, kind of like that. Is like we don't have anybody that's equipped to deal with the state of the with the state of like the political divisiveness and stuff like that is what I'm trying to say. Like
Okay,
there's
I mean,
nobody to look to.
among Democrats or anyone at all, I think that's maybe a little too broad of a statement. There's some people who I trust in this moment.
Um,
You made good statements.
I guess
Among
right now, I could say maybe there's some Democrats that could be, but at least on the Republicans, I see nobody. Um,
I don't know.
if
I
that makes
saw
like,
Thomas
I think
Massey. He
what,
was like, we should calm down the rhetoric. I don't usually praise Thomas Massey, but
yeah, but Massey's not going to be elevated to where like Donald Trump is, right?
yeah, I don't think the MAGA leadership is meeting the moment at all in terms of calming down rhetoric. I agree.
Um, also, do you think that do you think it gets better or worse from here in terms of like political
Worse.
violence and
I think it's going to get
worse?
worse. Yeah. I think that that's
Why do you
inevitable
say that?
given, well, because of the nature of who's in power and what they're intent on doing so in terms of civil liberties, I'm concerned. I think that we need to be tough and, condemn strongly political violence, but I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah, I do want to tread carefully here, as I do not. I'm with you. I guess I did not like Charlie Kirk. I mean, I think because like Donald Trump said, everybody liked him. I'm like, I think people forget that he's kind of divisive. To be honest,
Trump?
no, Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Kirk. Yeah, of course Kirk was divisive.
Um, I mean, I know it was hard to watch him get shot in the neck. I mean, it's hard for anybody, but I'm just saying he was divisive. And no, I don't like. I
Yeah,
guess a
why are
legacy.
you mentioning that his divisiveness? Like, yeah, he was divisive. So I don't
I'm saying that
understand.
to say that like the people lionizing him. Like I walked, I
Oh, sure,
literally
yeah,
drove out. I drove today, and like the gas station next to my house. Usually they do flags for like I guess they put a bunch of flags out for what patriotic holidays like July
yeah.
4th or Memorial
I
Day
mean,
stuff like
that
that.
doesn't
They did the
really
same thing.
offend
I'm
me
like,
as much. I mean, like this is a significant. What I don't like are people who say what I think are untrue things, and especially people on the left who should know better. And for people on the right who already agree with him and think that he is a massive figure for them, I guess I'm more offended when it's like people either demanding or expecting Democrats or left wing to pretend that this guy was something he wasn't. That's what is more, I think, internally aggravating to me.
I mean, that's my thing. I look. I'm gonna treading carefully. I don't think it's crazy to say that I did not like the legacy, at least politically. He is a husband. He is a father, 2 kids, so that's different. But I don't like his legacy politically. I don't, and I don't want to say that, and people get on me. But I have seen some unhinged shit on X, Twitter, TikTok, whatever. How do
Yeah.
you feel about that?
Uh,
About
which unhinged stuff? I've seen unhinged left wing people who are like dancing because he got shot, which I think is disturbing. I have seen unhinged right wingers calling for war. So it depends. Yeah, I think.
I
In,
mean, let's do both. I mean, let's start. Okay, we'll start with the right wingers. How do you feel
yeah,
about the
I think that they're
right
being
wingers?
completely irresponsible and ghoulish. Though I can understand their anger in the sense that like this is one of their lions, so they're angry and upset, no doubt. But this kind of reaction, I think, is from a lot of them. Not going to necessarily name names right now, though we can if we want to go into it. Is disgraceful. I think it's disgraceful to, for example, I'll name one name: Libs of TikTok. This is war.
Mm-hmm.
You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I saw Jack Posobiec had some. Also, I don't quite exactly remember the words he used, but I remember that I was thoroughly disgusted by his rhetoric.
Okay. Okay. Got. What about the left wing reactions? What is
Yeah,
your?
I mean, if you are dancing and celebrating the death of this person, you're kind of like rejoicing in the manner it happened and that it occurred, and so that's bad. I think it's different when someone like dies of natural causes. I'll tell you why. Like if someone dies of natural causes, you're just celebrating like it's a more like apples and oranges. Like you are happy that someone that you think is evil is gone, and that to me is more understandable, and I would not like necessarily condemn that kind of celebration. But if you're celebrating someone who was killed in a brutal, illegal, criminal, and cowardly way, it's inextricably linked with the act itself, and it feels as a condoning of what occurred or happiness at how it occurred that this person is dead. And so I view those as kind of different things that and so yeah, I find it reprehensible because people who make those kinds of dancing celebrations don't make the distinction and don't condemn the way it happened. I have to assume that they're happy that he was shot because that's the only, I think, reasonable way to interpret it, and that I think is horrible. Thank you, IRI, for the raid. I really appreciate the raid from IRI. Yeah. But
Okay.
do you disagree?
No, I don't. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how old you are. I'm 20.
Late 20s.
And I actually late 20s. Okay, I've seen people in my age group. I mean, I've seen some people. Cause there's some I know some younger I've followed, but I guess I don't really know any younger. But I've seen some younger conservative people leaning edge be like, you know, as be Charlie Kirk. But I've also seen a lot of like, it's a lot of jokes, a lot of like we don't cares, I guess. I mean,
listen, I think jokes are kind of in a different category. Like people joke about different things, and if it's clear they're not being serious or they're just people like, I don't take as much. I wouldn't joke like this publicly, but I can understand jokes. That, I think that is a different category by itself. But I will say the kind of sincere statements of celebration that express happiness, those are what I think drive me crazy and that make me feel like it's dumb, it's wrong, so it's kind of like the more sincere statement celebrating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, people in my age group, I've seen. I would be lying to you if I said I haven't seen some celebrations.
Yeah, no,
People
everyone has. Yeah, everyone has. Yeah,
but even from people I know, but okay, I guess to shift to one more thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people talk about the Second Amendment angle on this and like the whole gun control debate. I guess has come back in the lexicon. I guess with the Colorado shooting yesterday. A lot of people were talking about. What's your take on that?
So my take on what? My take on Colorado.
Or like because this is my problem with the gun debate. I guess nowhere because I feel like it's just a lot of misunderstanding about, I guess, what or how guns work sometimes or how you obtain it. Like for example, I think the person who did the Colorado shooting is a 16-year-old. I don't think there's a single state where it's legal for a 16-year-old to buy a gun. So like then you have to ask the question. We have to go further than just talking about.
I don't have views on the gun control debate at this moment. I don't super see it as like it's not my area of expertise or domain knowledge, and so I'm not gonna kind of comment on that at the moment. I think it's something that we should consider, but yeah, I don't have strong feelings at the moment, and yeah, that's my take on it. I think that also people are saying something that I found was really stupid, which is he died by his principles, which is there's some quote of him going around saying that, in order to have the Second Right Amendment, you have to accept some amount of death. And I kind of view that as an uncontroversial statement related to liberty, right? Like that's a statement that's true of driving cars. That's a statement that's true of the First Amendment. That's a statement that's true of like due process. Liberty entails some cost. Freedom isn't free. And so for people who are like, he died by his principles because he said that there's some death is needed for liberty. Like, of course, like freedom is not free. That is like an uncontroversial statement to make. Now, maybe the manner or when he said it might have been some, but like by itself, it is totally unobjectionable, I think, to be like, yeah, in order to have a Second Amendment, you have to be okay with some amount of death. I mean, yes, right? That's also true of other rights, like many different rights. That is also true, by the way, of like the right not to be arrested without any reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Like that probably means that certain people are going to be less safe. Maybe you can make an argument in the long run that having the kind of police states will lead to more death or something or whatever. But in the short term, definitely, like having the right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures necessitates that people will die because the cops will not be able to arrest certain people who are threats, 100%. And that's the price of freedom. So what he said there is true and not controversial in my mind.
Okay, I was kind of talking about that. I guess I should have been more specific, but because that's the angle I see a lot of people take on this, and I was just curious. But also, I do want to know your more detailed take on the Supreme Court case that came out about the racial profiling, the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I had a take about that, and we'll try to release it. I already gave it, but so I'll try to release a video on that.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Aiden.
No problem.
Much appreciate it. Okay. Oh my God, I almost banned him. I always do this. All right. I saw EJ. I'm gonna come as fast as Oh my God. I'm going to bring you in the order I saw you come in, and as quickly as possible, just like pull people in and out. I'm sorry for that misspeak. That was a mistake. But I can't promise that I know exactly what order people came in. Okay. What up, EJ?
Okay. Hey, sorry.
Yeah, what is this?
That's a soundboard.
Oh, okay,
sorry.
Cool. No worries.
Anyway, so I just wanted to talk about like a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote it down in a notepad to make it a little bit quicker.
Sure.
So I think with the Trump response and the inability for him to ever back down, like I know that you condemned his statements and MAGA movement's statements in general, but it's the complicit nature of most of the people in Congress. Like I would say like Bobart and like a lot of there was a couple congressmen that were like calling that there was that one that was from Missouri that was really unhinged. And then there were some notable exceptions, like that senator, the female senator that made a claim about like lowering the tensions on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But like I think that the left has to have some sort of response towards this from like a leadership position.
What do you mean by that response towards this?
Like those types of statements, that type of ratcheting up of the like political flames.
Why?
Right?
Why do Dems what you mean by respond to unhinged rightoid congresspeople saying unhinged things? Yes, there should be a response to that. But what kind of response do you think it should be? I guess is my question.
I think that it's great that people like Governor Gavin Newsom and Pritzker and all these people had good statements about the Charlie Kirk shooting,
Mm-hmm.
and I agree with those statements. But then on top of that, they also need to make statements like pointing at statements by MAGA officials and
sure, yeah.
They have failed to do so.
I think that some Democrats have been weak in terms of calling out right-wing like bullshittery in the aftermath here, for sure. I think part of that has to do with like this. There's a kind of risk aversion among Democrats in general that I find, number one. Number two, he just died yesterday. So, I'm not like that sort of pissed about the messaging from the Democrats just yet. Like it's a breaking story. He died yesterday. Like I'm not that like butthurt about them, but like in general, if this continues, yes, Democrats need to continue to be strong on calling out the right-wing terrible response, including what Trump said. I think that there should be no excuse for that kind of language from the Oval Office.
Yeah, but like on top of that, though, the statement that comes out of the Oval Office, like the moment that the shooting happens, blames like the left wing, and like we don't have a response to that. Like you see how like it can be bad, like for a narrative reason where we're just like, oh yeah, we're just accepting them being able to spout whatever they can because the shooting just happened. We don't want to have an optic loss, while at the same time they're stoking their base to like do something.
Yeah,
or like
it's wrong, and Democrats should call it out. I just don't like the response should not be like, "Yay, Kirk was killed. That's all I'm saying. It's like, yes, there should be a response to irresponsible rhetoric on the right and on the left. By the way, I think that the leftists who are celebrating this should be called out as well. You'd agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree.
So I have no problem with Democrats standing tough against irresponsible rhetoric from MAGA influencers, MAGA congresspeople, and Trump himself. That's all fine. I just don't think like we need to have a response that is like prepare for civil war. I don't know that what good comes from that.
Yeah. I guess so. I just think that yeah. I think that also I have a couple other points, but like the one that I like found pretty objectionable, I guess. This is the last one, is sometimes people will feel the consequences of the death toll that he says is acceptable. Like I think that like we can I think it's reasonable, right? Like I think that like, hey, if I die protecting my First Amendment right, like I was thinking about this like with the flag burning thing. It's like if we actually made flag burning illegal, I feel like there's a part of me that just wants to keep burning a flag over and over again, keep getting arrested until it becomes legal again. Like that kind of thing like feels so against the principles of the United States. So I guess the Second Amendment thing is the same as well, but like at the same time, if you're saying that there is going to be an acceptable death toll, it kind of does speak to the point where it's like, well, you are being a little bit more dispassionate about that death toll. If you are part of that death toll, it's like
I just don't understand how that
he died by his principles.
No, he didn't. He didn't, because like the principle of liberty isn't costless. That is not like some. Would you say that of me? Like, like if my First Amendment right triggered someone to, I don't know, do something towards me, and I said something like, the First Amendment isn't free; it's costly or something. You wouldn't say that I died by my principles. That like. The First Amendment and all of our liberties entail some amount of suffering. That's the trade-off. That liberty, it's this trade-off between security and liberty. And so I don't think it's that controversial, separate and apart from maybe your belief in the Second Amendment as well. But of course, if you believe in like the right to drive a car, or that you should be able to drive a car, putting aside whether it's a right or not, that's going to necessarily entail some death. Now you can question what is the practical benefit of the Second Amendment versus cars, and you can have a debate on that. But the notion that liberty entails some kind of security risk, and even death, that is not a controversial notion. So like I find it bizarre, not bizarre, I guess it's like expected, but I find it like dumb when people point to that as it's like a nothing point to me.
I think I just I don't know how else to put this other than like I think it's speaking to something where it's like we are willing to say that kind of stuff, and of course I'm willing to say that kind of stuff as well. Like I think that the republic and liberty in itself is something worth dying for, but like we kind of also have to like if somebody dies espousing like that is what they I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but like I think that it's just like it can feel very dispassionate sometimes, and people don't realize that death toll, that like number, speaks to something. Like access to guns kind of or allows.
That's what Charlie said, right? I mean, like that's Charlie's point.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's just like you can kind of just like.
But I just don't understand like why it's relevant to any conversation about how he died. Like he didn't die for that. No, he died because someone wanted to kill him for what he said, presumably. I think that's an overwhelming likelihood that that's why he died. He didn't die for that specific principle. He died because he said something that someone didn't like.
Mm-hmm. I guess you already kind of spoke about this with the honors and stuff like that. Like what do you think about like the flag half-mast for half a week or that kind of stuff?
The flag thing. It doesn't offend me as much as him lying in state. I don't know why. I don't know if there's a principled reason there, but it's essentially because like I think that like the flag half-mast, that's done oftentimes to celebrate like people's lives who are like important to the country, where it feels like lying in state is people who have devoted their life to public service. And it doesn't feel like, Charlie Kirk meets the bill there. So
yeah, he's really just a political actor at the end of the day.
It's kind of like, really... I can't, as I sit here, like the half-mast stuff doesn't really bother me. The moment of silence doesn't really bother me that much. But the the lion in state thing, or like passing some law or something, that to me is like, that's way too far.
Yeah, I guess that like what would you have to say about like statements specifically like Elizabeth Warren's
she's talking shit about Trump's bullshittery?
Yeah.
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Okay.
He deserves
even
to be
within
condemned. The current
even within
context.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't do it the day of. But that's just me. You know, you saw what I said. Although I have to say, I did criticize Trump's statement the day of. So, I would be tailored with my statement. What did I say the day of? I said, horrific if true, responding to Mike Lee, hoping it's not, but wholeheartedly condemn such political violence. Saw the video, horrible. Then I said, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. And then that night, when I saw his statement, I said Trump's statement from the Oval Office was absolutely disgraceful. A stain on our country. My understanding is that Pritzker's statement happened before Trump spoke. So I just maybe wouldn't have done it me personally, within the hours after Kirk had died. But I'm not offended by them having done so. It's just not something I personally would have done.
And I guess one last thing before I'm donezo. What? I actually forgot. Never mind.
No, you're good. Thank you for your questions.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
All right. Later, man.
See you. Bye.
I'm going to go to Bo Dirt, then we'll move on to the stream disagreements. What up, Bo Dirt? Bo Dirt. You're on the air. Bo Dirt. You're on the air. All right, Bo, I'm going to send you back to where you were. You can just, ping me in general if you fix your mic situation. All right, we'll get the Mick. What up, the Mick? Testing.
Hey, give me a second. Let me mute your stream real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Hope you're doing all right tonight.
Thank you.
Just wanted to push back on one thing that I've seen a lot of people saying. I don't know if you've shared the sentiment at all, but I've seen a lot of people make the statement that things are just ratcheting up, and this is unprecedented moment. I would disagree, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would disagree. It's definitely precedented.
Yeah, I'm a bit older than you. I'm like 10 years older than you. I don't know if you remember back in the 90s, the mid 90s, 1995. In fact, in the lead up of that year, you had somebody like Rush Limbaugh speaking on American Revolution coming to the country and whatnot. And unfortunately, that same year, Timothy McVeigh made his attack in Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
And President Clinton at the time made comments about right-wing rhetoric going too extreme. And everybody in that space raked him over the coals for that comment about how dare he try to blame them. This is just not anything new in my view, where these immature and irresponsible actors are disengaged in rhetoric that's just focused on fueling tension and bringing about violence. And it's got a long history on the right, and sure there are commentators that say stupid shit on the left, but I mean it's just asymmetrical. Like
I think there's asymmetry to it, but I will say the following thing though. Like, I have no problem if Trump wants to call out a specific ideological form of terrorism, then, in the context of, for example, radical Islamic terrorism, I wouldn't have a problem with a president, for example, coming out and saying like, we have to be wary of jihadism or something like that, if it's calibrated to what occurred or something. But remember, like, George Bush's statement after 9/11, which was essentially to embrace Muslim Americans. You know, you can say that you disagree with his statement that Islam is a religion of peace. You know, that's beyond the context of what I'm talking about right now. Is he was a bridge builder with the innocents, and he put out categories which I think were reasonably inclusive of the good people and exclusive of the bad people. So in general, I don't have a problem with like calling out a form of ideological radicalism or ideological terrorism. But what makes Trump so bad is, one, he's not unifying in the way that Biden and Bush were, and two, it's before we even have a fucking ID on this guy, and before there's any publicly known like facts about motive, and where there's like conflicting messaging coming out from the FBI, his own FBI. So it's disgraceful in that context, in the context of confusion, in the context of mayhem, to release a statement condemning one ideology and to not make any unifying statements attendant to it. That to me is absolutely disgraceful, totally condemnable, not worthy of the office. So I just want to be clear. I don't have a problem if it turns out he's a left-wing violent person. Like, okay, there's a problem of radical left-wing violence in this country. You know, you can say that you disagree with its relative importance versus like right-wing violence, and we can have that debate whatsoever. But that's not like in principle my issue with what Trump said. My issue with what Trump said has to do with not being unifying and saying shit before we know shit publicly. That is the huge issue.
Yeah, I mean, even when it comes to presidents themselves, like if you see us, if you look back to some of the language from like Reagan's campaign or George H.W. Bush, you know, there was always these flirtations with with left being, you know, lawless and things of that nature. And I guess you could argue that it wasn't so blatant as what Donald Trump spoke about yesterday, but I just don't see it as anything new, unfortunately. I mean, we could even go back to, we can go back to America's history, like McCarthyism and shit like that. But unfortunately, I just don't see it really anything new in our country with this rhetoric. And it just, the thing about it is, and I don't see anybody on the left of substance making these kind of calls to violence that's being cried about. I see, sure, there's some people with anime avatars on Twitter popping off with some wild shit, but I just don't see it from I mean, there are people, anybody, right, of substance.
People of substance, maybe. Like, it depends what you mean by people of substance. There are like influencers who are doing shit like this.
Like,
I don't know their names. I don't know who they are, like by name. They're not necessarily people that are of national prominence, but yeah, I'm sure it's not even like I don't think that it's a negligible amount of people. I think that there's some small minority, but vocal minority of people who are happy he's dead this way.
Yeah, see, Alejandro agrees with me. It's the anime people. Yeah, sorry, I was just reading chat for a second.
You're good.
Yeah, I just don't think, maybe you disagree with it. I don't see, like, unless it's somebody like freaking, I don't know. I don't even want to throw a name out there because I don't want to put something on them that they're not actually doing. But I don't think like a creator, I haven't seen a creator, not even as large as you, smaller, like you're fairly large as a creator, right?
I don't know about that, but thank you, appreciate that.
Well,
but, I don't know how big I am. I'm
relatively, right? Like
relatively speaking to like other, I guess, political people on Twitch and YouTube, maybe.
Like if what, a 5-viewer Andy on Twitch might pop something off.
Okay, but there are posts getting hundreds of thousands of likes. Now, some of that might be bots. Some of that might be just because it's divisive. Yeah. People are trying to updo it. So I don't know that those are accurate representations. But there are people with like much more views and who are bigger than me who are making those kinds of things. And there are normal people too with like real jobs and real kids and real lives working at real places who are saying this too. So it's not, I don't want to like downplay or upplay my importance at all, but I just don't know these people's names, but I do see like posts with a lot of engagement for whatever that's worth, who are pretty much celebrating what occurred.
I mean, at this point, like posts with a lot of engagement. I mean, somebody akin to a hot Tua girl,
Yeah,
just blows
okay.
up.
I take your point, and I grant that I'm not seeing major Democratic, major left wing influencers
sure.
saying I'm happy he was shot. That's you can say something like, I don't like Charlie Kirk, and I'm not going to get up and be like upset at that. I wouldn't say it on like the specific day of. That's just me personally, but I don't have a problem with you expressing that you don't like this person. I don't really have a problem with people calling out hypocrisy or double standard. That's not what I'm talking about. But like specifically people celebrating his murder and assassination. I am not seeing that from major left-wing Democratic influencers, media people, politicians. I'm not seeing it. Yeah. If people want to show it to me, I'll condemn it. I absolutely do condemn like the posts that have gone viral, the people who have come out and done that. I have condemned that.
Yeah, and it's frustrating too, because let's put it out there. If somebody made similar comments in the U.S. Senate on the Democrat side that Mike Lee made about the state senator from Minnesota about Charlie Kirk, they would have been ejected from orbit from the Democrats.
Basically, someone said something like he brought it on himself on MSNBC, or so. Not really in as strong terms as I'm saying there, but like something to the effect of, "These are the things that happen." ... And that kind of shit is like dime a dozen whenever these Democrats get killed, even by other left wingers or something, right? Whatever that is. These are the chickens coming home to roost. That's like a pretty much basic comment from a lot of right wing people. So yeah, I do think the Democrats. They're firing people for this. They're like definitely policing themselves in a way that we don't see on the right. But like again, I just go back to how interesting is it to do this double standard stuff.
For instance, if Slotkin made the comments that Mike Lee made, Slotkin would be like drawn and quartered tomorrow. Like it's just not even comparable.
Yeah, there's a double standard. I agree. There's a double standard. I have no problem with people calling out double standards. It's just like, what is the conclusion from the double standard, right? Because we're not gonna get anywhere just by like obsessing about that, in my opinion. Like, definitely call it out for sure, but like, I'm not gonna waste my time all the time just like circling. Yes, double standard. I mean, yeah.
Acknowledging the double standard would just be to focus on what's important in the moment. Okay, you've said that we say we don't support violence in politics and things of that nature. Okay, so maybe
let's make sure that, do you agree that people should condemn the attack?
Sure. Yeah, that's an easy thing to do, right?
Yep.
It costs you nothing to do that.
Cool.
My thing is, I think we should make sure, like in these moments, that we don't concentrate on the anime profile pictures, people.
Oh yeah, no, like I'm gonna condemn it, but I'm not gonna. Have you seen like Drew Pavla? He's this like Australian guy on Twitter, and he has. I would never do what he's doing there, and just pretend that like I'm going to concern myself more, and that what I'm trying to encourage people to do more is like to A, be against this assassination, and B, be against rhetoric from all sides in terms of escalating or violent glorification rhetoric, and then C, be most concerned with rights deprivations and potential government infringement, and that's coming from the Trump administration. So that's my order of operations is to do those things and not to just like circle the drain on I condemn bad and unhinged people, because I do.
For sure. Yeah, I just wanted to mention the like, in my view, it not being any really all that new, unfortunately. And I wanted to bring up the example of Rush Limbaugh back in the 90s, and then that leading to Oklahoma City, Clinton condemning Rush Limbaugh's comments, and then Clinton being raked over the coals for trying to blame Rush Limbaugh, when I mean it's obvious like line to be drawn there from crazy rhetoric leading to violent action. But
well, I appreciate that historical example.
Yep. All right. You have a good night, man.
Thank you so much, Mick.
Bye.
Later. All right. We have Gene Tonic. What up, Gene Tonic? Gene Tonic.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hear me?
Test, 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 test.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
How you doing?
Doing okay. Sorry, I had to mute the stream and whatnot.
You're good.
So wrote down a few things, but so curious about some of these takes. So what do you think about the idea of like, deserving the jokes, but not necessarily the death?
The jokes are doing jokes, but not death? Or, sorry, celebration?
Yeah, like jokes specifically, regarding how he drawing comparisons to how he made fun of like Paul Pelosi or something like that, like those kinds of jokes.
Yeah, like in my sort of rankings of what I am offended by, like sincere expressions of people being happy that someone's dead, I think are the things I most condemn. In terms of jokes, like that's a lot harder of a line for me. Like I think that there are some jokes in poor taste. I've been on the like record being like the Puerto Rico joke, time and place for that Puerto Rico joke in the context of it was happening at a political rally at a time when they were like basically talking shit about Hispanic people. And so I think that there are some jokes that you like, I'm not of this opinion that you can never like criticize jokes. And I think it would have to be like an as applied. There are some jokes that I think are probably more acceptable than others, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I condemn everyone who's joking about what's going on here. That would be way too broad. And I think that people understand that. And also, by the way, it does apply to left-wing people in that context, right? Because like there are some jokes that I wouldn't make about Paul Pelosi, but that certain left-wing people are making essentially equivalent ones about Charlie Kirk. And so, like, don't you lose the moral high ground then if we're accepting one versus the other? You understand?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I guess
Right.
if the joke is like, if part of the joke is that literally he made this, like, say you took his comment about Paul Pelosi and then like, edited out his name, Paul Pelosi's name or something and put in Charlie Kirk, right? Like, there's something that feels a little different about that to me. Like, it seems a little bit of a more like I agree if someone had that take out of nowhere, that would be kind of unhinged. But like if the take is like, well, he kind of advocated for this and this was what he thought was funny, then it seems like fair game to me. But
Like fair game in what do you mean by fair game?
not the actual action, but just joking, like that specific joke, like repeating the words that he said back at him, basically.
That doesn't seem like a joke. It seems like a point, I mean, I guess it could be funny or something. Like, if basically you're like, because I think what Charlie Kirk said about the Paul Pelosi thing is some patriot should bail him out.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a joke. I think he was like serious. And so when you're like, some patriot should bail out the person who killed Charlie Kirk, then it's like,
he was,
I guess
he
I'm
was
all force.
serious about that?
Well, I don't know. Do you think what do you think? Do you think he was serious when he said some patriot should bail out the Paul Pelosi attempted murder?
I was under the impression that he was joking about that, but
I think he was I think he was making a point like, look at all these Democrats. They always want to bail out all these criminals. Why don't we have a real patriot bail out this Paul Pelosi guy?
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, if you think it sort of doesn't even qualify as like a joke, as so much more just like a point, I guess there's like humor to the point in like a dark humor kind of way, but yeah. Okay. All right.
So I think that you can make those kinds of hypocrisy arguments about Kirk. I just wouldn't let them stray into people confusing that you're like actually are glad that he was shot. That's what I would do. And I'm not going to pretend that like I don't laugh at morbid jokes sometimes. There's some jokes about like 9/11 that I've laughed at, right? There are some jokes about horrible, like human beings. Part of the human experience is making jokes, but the proximity and time, like you have to be very careful about them, because when it like potentially strays into people thinking you're genuinely happy that this person was killed, that's when it like starts to be less funny to me, and where I would probably condemn it.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so for that idea of the hypocrisy argument on the Second Amendment. So I feel like the car example, and maybe you've thought about this a bit more, but that to me doesn't really quite make sense because we make reasonable restrictions on what kind of cars you can buy, and we regulate,
We do that with guns too. We've
things.
banned fully automatic guns. We've banned grenades. There are many states that have legal gun permit laws. There are many states where guns are heavily regulated. So I don't know that.
Yeah. There are regulations, but I mean, the argument could always be that there's more. There were regulations on cars in the 50s, and since then we mandated like seatbelts and airbags and all that stuff, right? Like there's nothing saying like I feel like there's still potentially a hypocrisy argument of saying like freedom isn't free, but does it have to be that expensive? Couldn't we make
What's
more
the hypocrisy?
regulations,
So
even if there are some?
I understand like hypocrisy to be like believing in saying something you don't actually believe, right? Like, or like upholding a principle in one case but not applying it in another place in which it would be applicable. And so I don't understand the hypocrisy of Charlie Kirk saying, lives are needed for Second Amendment to be upheld. I agree with that as a matter of like empirical reality. And I agree with it like as a matter of just like how we view liberty, but I don't see anywhere where there's a hypocrisy to that. Is there an irony? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe irony is better because hypocrisy is a little like, I guess if he came back as a ghost and said like, I'm mad about getting shot or something like that, then that would be potentially hypocritical. But you're right. Like it's
Wait,
like,
what would be the hypocrisy? Being like, yes, I didn't want to get shot. I understand lives need to be lost, but I don't want my life to be lost if I had to choose. I don't think that would be hypocritical either.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I think you're right in like this like sense, like maybe it's more like irony then, right? But yeah, I think
I would say maybe it's ironic. Maybe it's ironic, but even then, like, it's not even good irony because he's just kind of saying a truism, right? It's not like he's taking some stance that is like total. This is some stance that you would agree with on any other liberty, right? So it's.
I absolutely agree with it. Yeah. It's just a matter of line drawing. Like I said with the cars, like I mean, like, sure, there might be some people who say completely ban guns or whatever, but like there is like a colorable argument of saying, we should ban more guns or certain, types of ammunition or whatever, which are currently allowed. And, presumably if, Charlie Kirk is against that and says, oh, all of that's, a necessary part of freedom and whatnot, like it's sort of unclear that like, there could have been more reasonable potential gun control measures that could have been.
But that's just a disagreement on the merits. That's not a disagreement with the fundamental principle that Kirk is talking about there. And I understand that when people, like it could be the case that like there are more reasonable restrictions that Kirk should have supported. Although what restrictions would have prevented his death, I'm not sure. And again, this is similar to kind of like, I have to say, like Trump speaking out before the facts are in. Like, do we know all the facts about which regulations would have prevented Kirk from dying?
Yeah.
Like, we don't know that, right?
That's a good point.
So anyone making that point right now, they're kind of guilty of the same thing. Like, you're speaking before we know all the nature of everything that turned out. And so, like, we can't make these kinds of, like, policy arguments if, like, unless you take the position that, like, all guns should be banned. But maybe you don't. Maybe you take, like, okay, but this was, like, a hunting rifle. And so I just don't think that, or at least it's alleged to be a hunting rifle. I think at this point, people who are commenting about, like, gun regulation, see, he should have supported X, Y, Z, it might not even apply in this case. And so it's just, I think, as irresponsible. Maybe not just as irresponsible because it's Trump, and Trump is, it's another kind of dynamic with what Trump is doing, but it's the same kind of like doing something, saying something, making some kind of policy argument before the facts are in. And I view that as not right to do.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. So like if it turns out that maybe, there was some well-known gun show loophole or something that this gun was purchased in, or maybe someone has the position that only handguns should be allowed or something like that, maybe they would have to like just stand off. But right, maybe there's not necessarily a good claim to irony or whatever without sort of doing the same sort of concluding that we're criticizing Trump for. That's a good point.
I'm just saying basically like to the extent that it's ironic, it's like an irony that I guess every freedom loving person would, if they thought about it, I think would be subject to. Like, oh, you believe in freedom and freedom costs some amount of harm? Yeah. So you died. So it's ironic. I just mean like that kind of irony would apply to like any freedom loving person, I think, if they thought about it a little bit more. And I understand for Kirk, it's like particularly poignant because he had rather strong views on the Second Amendment. So maybe there's an extra level of irony there, but I don't think it's hypocritical. And I don't think it's particularly interesting to point it out. And it's a truism that I agree with in general as applied to liberty, you know? So it's like, I would be subject to that criticism because I do believe, right, that like all of our liberties are costly and impose some costs on our society. Yes, including in terms of like lives lost, like the freedom to get due process, or liberties to prevent, deprivations of due process, unreasonable searches and seizures, our freedom from, government intrusion into free speech and assembly. Those will necessarily cost lives, and so I just don't find it a very interesting observation. That's just me, though.
I think it might be more interesting if there's again, you made a good point about the concluding, but if there is something about like, hey, there was no mental background check where this person purchased a gun or something like that, or whatever, right? Like something that like, yeah, clearly, the left has advocated for these things before, and like that could have potentially prevented this. But I do agree if he's like really, really gung-ho Second Amendment and like, he's just sort of like, oh yeah, like it's all the time, always good to like have guns no matter what, and whatever happens is always like acceptable. Then like, I guess you're right. He is being consistent in that sense, right? And to be fair, I probably have beliefs like that too. Mm-hmm. But there's also a question of like, would you really be that consistent for like even for something really simple like a background check? But I don't know.
Yeah, time will tell about what the gun was. It looks like it was some kind of hunting rifle. I'm not a big gun understander, so I'll leave that to the evidence. And as time comes out, maybe we'll see if something could have prevented this. But I'm not equipped to have the gun debate, except for like maybe the constitutional argument. But in terms of the actual gun regulations, that's not for me.
So, just like a really quick question. I before it was reading through the opinion from I guess it was like Scalia on the Heller case, mm-hmm. the DC one. Like, so is the, I guess what he calls the prefatory clause, the first clause, is that like really the only part of the Constitution that like isn't explicitly a preface but basically doesn't do anything in his view?
It's when he says precatory, I understand that to be like it's not operative language. It doesn't. It's a way to understand the right, and I wouldn't say that.
But it doesn't limit it.
Right. It's not a limiting clause, is Scalia's interpretation. And the guys who are not aware, the precatory clause of the Second Amendment is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. I think that's right. Well-regulated.
I think that's right. Is it a prefatory or a precatory?
I think precator, P-R-E-C. A-T-O-R-Y. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So that is describing like the purpose of the right, but that there's a right being referred to, which is the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and that right is an individual right that protects the well-regulated militia. So it's a way to construct the structure of the sentence in such a way to make sense of both. To both clauses. I don't know if there's no other place in the Constitution that has a precatory clause.
It sort of just seems weird to me because it fundamentally it just kind of seems like flavor text effectively is what he kind of thinks it is. Maybe he'd think I'm poo-pooing it too much, but
yeah, I think he would. I think it's like it's relevant, but it's just describing what one of the things that the right does, which is the right of the individual right, which is the right to people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, that right helps to support the purpose in the precatory clause of the well-regulated militia. But yeah. Appreciate your input there.
This isn't a Second Amendment discussion, I know.
Yeah.
for another thing. So for the for 2028, I guess one I feel like Gavin Newsom's probably my guy for 2028 so far.
Give it time.
But
A long way out.
I know, but like just based off I mean, I kind of like that he's at least literally trying to do something. And I know not everyone in the Senate and the House has the power to actually do something, but I mean, still, right? It's nice he has the power and is willing to do something. But I guess I feel like a lot of his appeal, at least for me, and I think he's like one of the top 2 polling Democrats, is sort of the fact that he kind of is eschewing a lot of bipartisanship, at least with the current makeup of the right. Like, let's say Newsom 2028 happens. Like, what do you see a pathway reasonably to like actually like unfuck this sort of state that we're in terms of the sort of divide between the right and the left?
Divide. I'm not sure. I don't think that Newsom would be a unifier, but frankly, I don't think that we should be expecting a unifier in terms of the right and left. I think we need to just win massively the left, and because the right's going to go kicking and screaming. So there's no chance to unify with the ideological right, and there's no opportunity to, and nor is it desirable to. And so unity, like presuppose, like we can't unify. And I've said this before, and I'm not going to back away from it. Like I view the MAGA ideology, and I want to stress, I'm not in favor of violence. I'm not in favor of us taking illegal measures to stop this, but I do view the MAGA ideology as a cancer, and it's not something with which unification is desirable. Like we wouldn't want to unify with them in their ideological form, and so we need to just win. And winning means potentially winning the hearts and minds of the independents, but it certainly does not mean like getting some broad consensus across MAGA and the left wing, because that's not desirable. We don't want to incorporate MAGA ideology into to have some kind of synthesis of, I don't know, democratic governance and MAGA principles. That isn't desirable. It's not achievable. Now, are there some MAGA people that you can convince, and should you like exclude them from the coalition? These like voters in the hearts and minds of people? No, I'm talking about the ideologues. I'm talking about the ideas. That stuff there can't be a synthesis with. And so people who legitimately hold to these principles, these ideologues, these propagandists, you're not going to convince them, and you're not going to make them happy. And so that kind of unification, I think, is off the table and is not desirable. We want to see left-wing, democratic, constitutional, loyal principles, those survive. And that will certainly mean unification with Republicans on some things, but it won't mean unification with like the MAGA ideologues or MAGA propagandist shills, that kind of stuff.
So I agree completely. We should probably not be unifying ideologically, but I mean, I'm wondering if there's anything to sort of like what sort of gestures could potentially be done to like bring down the bad blood, essentially, right? Like sort of. I mean, I think on both sides, everyone thinks
nothing will satisfy. Right? Like it's not going to satisfy. Does Biden or do the Democrats get any credit for what they said after the attempted assassination of Trump? No, they get blamed for shit for what they said. Like Biden got no credit for his statements condemning in the strongest possible terms the assassination attempt. Dave Portnoy, who is now, I think, operates as a halftime propagandist shill for MAGA, in my opinion. And if he wants to dispute that, not that he knows who I am, although he has, never mind. Anyway, I'll just say he was like condemning Biden for spending more than an hour to come out and say something after he was like being briefed, and he was like in the Situation Room or whatever he was in Delaware or something, at a church meeting or something. And so he was like, why hasn't Biden come out and said, like, and it took only Biden like an hour and change for him to come out and say something. So he got no credit whatsoever for these kinds of statements. So there's no amount of like, I don't know, concession that you can give to some of these propaganda shills that will satisfy them. They're just going to be angry. And you can condemn, as Gavin Newsom did in the strongest possible terms, the assassination of Kirk, which I do as well, and which is absolutely cowardly, dastardly act. And look at all the replies of them with hundreds of, like, thousands of upvotes are like, this is your fault, you're the reason, it's your toxicness, it's all this shit. They're calling Gavin evil, all this shit. So there's nothing, absolutely nothing that will be like an olive branch that the MAGA elites, the MAGA propagandist shills, that they're going to accept.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really care about those people. I care more about like, you know, everyday voters kind of thing. Just, people not necessarily like. I think also part of the issue with some of like Gavin's stuff now, not that he handled it wrong or anything like that, but part of the reason that like maybe it wouldn't necessarily go that far is because he's starting from like he's not in a position of power here or necessarily in like a position of like moral authority to begin with, right? Like I'm wondering if potentially Dems take back power, if there's like magnanimous acts, like potentially like, and I know this might be like controversial or something.
Pardon Trump,
like,
no.
Say, well, oh yeah, I was gonna say either pardon Trump or potentially if you wanted to do something like a little bit like not that extreme, you could somehow guarantee like, oh, he keeps his Secret Service detail for
Well, he gets
life,
it
guaranteed.
He's supposed to get it by law anyway, so I wouldn't be in favor of us like of breaking the law to remove him.
So I guess I'm also not sure about like for some of the other people that he's taken Secret Service away from, maybe extending those terms too, right? Like if he did those illegally, then I guess the answer is that we would just.
Well, no, I think it was legal for Trump to rescind Secret Service protection for some of the detainees. I just think it was in poor taste to do, but yeah.
Well, sure. So, like, I mean, I wonder if like that kind of stuff, like some of Trump's family members, I think would probably get Secret Service protection, right? So, like, you could say like, hey, we're going to extend this or something like that, and because we're better than them, and they take away our Secret Service protection, but we really care about their safety and blah blah blah, right?
I wouldn't have a problem with Democrats extending Secret Service protection to some of the Trump family in principle, but I just don't think it's going to affect anything. Like it's not going to change anything. So like if the calculus is let's do this so that they're nicer to us, then like no. But like if the calculus is let's do it because it's the right thing to do, I guess I'm fine with it. But it's just like I don't think that anyone gives a shit about that, and they're not going to like be so surprised at your magnanimous nature by extending those protections. They're going to be like, good, and it's your fault anyway that we're having to have this thing, and you should have given us more than what you gave us, and so they're never going to like appreciate it.
Pisco, let me tell you what I'm trying to really ask you. This is I'm tired of this ride and I want to get off, but I don't want to go to anywhere where like I don't want to go to the UK. I want to go to Australia. I can't learn a second language.
What are you asking me? Like,
to chill.
Yeah, I want everyone to chill too. I mean, we want the same thing. I'm just telling you, like, if your solution to make people chill is extend Secret Service protection, we're in a tough spot because that ain't gonna do shit. What's gonna do shit is winning, and the Democrats need to win, and that's going to end because ultimately it is a civilizational question. It is do you want a republic or do you not want a republic? I want a republic, and I think we just need to defeat them. Now that does not mean, I want to stress, that does not mean doing cowardly and abominable things like assassinating our rivals. It doesn't mean that, but it does mean that like we need to not be naive about I've heard people be like, we can't have a kumbaya moment with the Democrats. Like, yeah, we're not going to have a kumbaya moment with MAGA. That's not going to happen. It's not in their nature. This ideology is not compatible with our way of thinking things, and it really isn't. And so we should definitely cool down tensions for sure. But this notion of like getting back to a state of unification, if there ever was one, that I think is a little bit fanciful in the current climate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with you with the immediate details. I would just like it'd be nice if maybe it's just LARPing at this point, but just pretend that eventually it'll all settle down by the time I'm getting my Social Security checks. But hey, it was great talking. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Gene.
Yep.
Peace out. Okay, let's bring in bumbling bioengineer. Mr. Bumbling, how we doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Sure can. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. The main thing I wanted to talk about was just that I think it's really difficult to diagnose fascism and like the different stages of fascism. So I feel like everyone's really confused about where we are, where we're going, and without really clear red lines, I think people are falling into these different categories of freaking out about, oh my God, my country's falling apart. What can I do about it? And yeah, and I'm seeing this on the left and the right, and I really don't know if it's even helpful to try to talk about that because it's so close to terms of service. But I just see it as a huge problem. And I didn't know if you had any thoughts about it. Like not knowing, so the Second Amendment is, used when tyrannical governments are approaching or have already taken over. In at least that's what my conservative friends tell me. And I think people don't know how to identify when that has occurred.
Yeah, like I think we're far away from that. So I don't think that the Second Amendment is, I wouldn't just accept the framing of the mythology that MAGA provides regarding the Second Amendment, just to be clear, which is like, it is to stop tyranny necessarily. Like, I understand there's a self-defense element to it. There's federalism aspect to it with respect to control over the militias. And perhaps there's this inherent, balance of state versus federal. But yeah, whatever that line is of justified rebellion or insurrection, I think we're far away from it. I don't think we're close to it yet. So I don't think it's useful to talk about.
Okay. Do you think that the people on the left that are celebrating this do feel like that we're there? Because I think that is one of the major
people on the left,
like disagree. Well, the people that are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, they view him just as a full-on Nazi, and so I think it's sort of
thinking critically about
understandable.
I don't think that they're thinking critically about when it's appropriate to rise in rebellion for a couple reasons. One is because I think that they would be okay with it even if it like Biden were president, a lot of these people. Two, they don't agree with the Second Amendment in principle, and so I don't think they're making a principled Second Amendment argument. And third, their actions, like they're not rising in rebellion and insurrection against the government. And so perhaps part of their thinking is related to like the state of the country, but I don't think that they're making some kind of principled argument. I think this has to do with what Charlie Kirk believed and what he said. Not related to the state of the country and its descent into authoritarianism. Because if they were, right, like, if they were, I don't really think that they would do this, because I don't think this helps that. And I think any reasonable person looking at the situation would come to that conclusion.
I'm not sure. I think there's a significant amount of people that do earnestly believe that we're, like, over the edge already, and they're looking for drastic actions because I think those are the only ones that are left to them. So maybe it would be helpful if we could try to outline like what actions people can take outside of voting. I mean, voting is kind of the obvious thing, but I think a lot of people feel so powerless that they think that it's like if we've lost power everywhere else, the only thing I have left is these handful of violent actions, and I think that's horrible. But I think that's where a lot of people are coming from.
But like, why do they feel powerless? They feel powerless because elections are no longer run democratically and safely in this country. Like, we haven't tried, right? Like, it's one thing to be like, we tried voting in the context of a Trump administration and they just rigged it. And then it's like, okay, so now we no longer have the release valve. But like, we haven't had the midterms yet. We haven't had, like, say what you want to say about the last election, but Trump won the popular vote, right? So
sure.
That's democracy working. Democracy hasn't stopped working in this country, even with the gerrymandering stuff, right? In the gerrymandering context, I don't agree with partisan gerrymandering, but it is a part of the system where there's a winner's bonus in that sense. I think we should get rid of it, but that doesn't mean that democracy has stopped working because of this partisan gerrymandering issue. So I don't really take too seriously. People are like, we've tried everything else. No, we haven't. We haven't tried winning in an election, and elections haven't stopped being free and fair in this country yet. And accepting the framing that they have is giving the Republicans what they want, and it's blackpilling Democrats and making them easier to pick off. So, to the extent that we have had elections since Trump's victory, Democrats have done exceptionally well. Wisconsin election for the Supreme Court justice, special elections everywhere else. We have the 2025 elections coming up, where we're going to have Virginia governor's race where she's well positioned. The New Jersey governorships there, the California ballot initiative in California. So like there are great opportunities this fall, and we would be throwing that all away on a doomed battle against an administration in a context in which the courts are very loath to step in when they do against Trump's excesses. Sorry, I should be specific. The Supreme Court against a government that is now at the whim of the president. It's not a fight that these leftists are going to win, and especially when most Democrats aren't going to support this kind of violent action. They don't. Even the Democrats in power don't support this action. The minute this went off, the Democrats condemned it. And so it is a futile, stupid, losing, immoral strategy to undertake these methods. And it's a kind of laziness of thinking, in my opinion, and a failure to meet the moment. Like right now, our elections have not stopped working. There is no justification for this kind of stuff. And so that's why I'm so against it.
Yeah, I think those are all really good responses. I just think that's like what the conversation needs to, like at least among the left. That's the kind of pushback I want to be hearing. So I'm glad for that response. And the other thing I wanted to add was that one of the things that Charlie Kirk did so well was the massive voter registration efforts. I think he is probably the most important factor in terms of how young people shifted so hard to the right and then got actually registered as Republican, and those votes were converted into real things. So I would try to push some of my left friends that still believe in electoral politics to, learn from Charlie Kirk and learn from what he did and try to get people registered that because I think that's why he was so powerful, and that's why this is. I think a lot of people on the left don't understand how important Charlie was to the MAGA movement. I'm not sure that there was anyone in MAGA that was as important as him outside of Trump. Like, he was a huge figure, and so when he died, I think the outrage would have been higher and is higher for Kirk's death than it would have been like if J.D. Vance was assassinated. I think people care more about what Charlie Kirk was doing.
I think that speaks sometimes to the what do we call this? The parasocial relationships that form with online content creators.
Sure.
Even me, I watched a lot of Kirk's content. I watch a lot of conservative content, and so it hit me differently because it felt like, even though it's not real, right? It's not really there. It feels like you have a relationship when you have these kind of streamer type personalities that are constantly on answering questions. And we were actually, I was thinking about ways in which I could leverage, because we had a Twitter exchange at some point, I forget when, Charlie and I was going to be like, all right, what would be a good way to get on to Charlie Kirk and have a conversation with Kirk? So it felt more real to me, and this is someone that, in some ways, you're right. I would want to emulate certain aspects of what he did in terms of the youth and organizational ganas, which is he had the will to do a thing, and that is not true of a lot of people. And he's not a unifier in the sense of the overall country. People, I think, correctly point out that he was divisive in terms of his rhetoric. Fine, but I think people too quickly say he's divisive among the right. He is a unifier of the right for sure. I could see him do that. He was trying to always chart a unified path and to conceptualize and flatten the contradictions and to have a path forward. And that path almost always meant bowing down to Trump, but also trying to be an intellectual anchor to make sense of the disparate lines of conservative thought and to be a unifier in that movement. That's something that the left desperately needs. Democrats desperately need some unity on their online. Look at what just happened with the whole Chorus Media stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so Kirk, I think, for whatever your problems with him ideologically and in terms of his views, for sure, he was ultimately having his eye on the ball, his eye on the goal, which was to effectuate change and to bring Trump back. And he was part of the machine that did that.
Yeah, it was all effective politics, and I think there's a huge lesson to be learned there. And I'm really sad and frankly terrified of the long-term effects of this, because the assaults on 1A, I mean, you see all of the cancellations of people, not wanting to talk in public, or if they do talk in public, not wanting to say everything that they feel and mean. And I mean, this has kind of been a long time coming, but this just seems like a focal point for a huge attack on 1A.
I think that it's very possible, and they're already talking about it, and so that's another reason why, in addition to the act being gross, reprehensible, cowardly, I think that it's going to have bad results because it will invite a response, and it will invite a bad response. Like, do you trust the people in charge to lower tensions? And like, I condemn Trump for his statement, but it wasn't surprising, you know? So that's anyone who's sane should be not just thinking about the action like a baby in terms of like, oh, we have no more hope and we have to just rise up. You're acting like a baby if you just like do these shooter attacks that are going to necessitate like a public outcry and reaction against you, and then the government stomping down on your rights. So like, even if it were justified to do this action, the way it's being done, and it's not justified to do it, is totally contradictory to the goals. So like, yeah, I mean, on all accounts, this is just, if this were from the left, again, that's kind of like assuming that we don't know anything, right, about the ideology here. But assuming it was, this is not justified. It's horrible. It's like stupid on every level. And until we can like get in people's heads that there's no quick and easy way, assuming again this is a left-wing person, to solve this problem, this is a civilizational issue, we're not going to be rid of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, it may have been a little bit out of pocket, but to me, it seemed like there was a parallel between, you know, like what happened on October 7th and Hamas thinking it was a great idea, and then not foreseeing the huge blowback that you're going to get as a result of those actions. And I think that there's just a lot of, I don't know if it's naivety or something else that's going on, but that was pretty much all I had for you, Pisco. So you can pull somebody else.
Well, thank you so much, man.
See ya.
Later. All right. Laser Goose. What up, Laser Goose?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing okay.
I was a little bit of latency in the stream. I wanted to catch what that last guy said, but wasn't able to.
You're good. You want me to tell you? He was kind of...
No, I think you said something about democracy hasn't failed yet.
I said that.
Yeah, no, you said that. I'm curious what you would want to do if you live in a democracy where the majority of people have a target on your back.
The majority of people have a target on my back?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case.
That's not the case yet, for all we know.
I don't think it is the case yet.
Be different.
Yeah. Maybe it's different tomorrow. I hope not, but...
Yeah, I hope not either. Or as well.
Yeah.
Also, one of your previous guests said, like, we banned full auto machine guns. I know it's kind of a nitpick, but we didn't. You can still own Title III firearms in this country. Maybe not in New York City or California, but there's plenty of places where you can.
Heavily regulated, agreed?
Yeah. But I mean, there's also plenty of
bans.
Plenty of people with machine shops and 3D printers that can print the parts to convert semi-autos to full. Anyway,
that's whether they can get it, but the question is like whether the regulation reaches them. In terms of the analog to cars, they're like, well, cars are heavily regulated, and you have seatbelt laws. Yeah, you have heavy regulations of all sorts of different guns in this country that are upheld and constitutional.
Yeah. Also, I had a question about the whole Secret Service detail thing. I heard somewhere that Trump had written an executive order to revoke Biden's Secret Service security detail. Can he actually do that, or is that?
I don't think he's done that. I think it was Kamala Harris.
Oh, Kamala Harris's Secret Service detail.
Yeah.
Was that something that was already on the chopping block, regardless of Trump? Or
yeah, they expire after a certain amount of time. Biden extended it near the end of his term, but it's the former presidents get it for life. But not former vice president. So
vice presidents,
yeah,
okay.
I think that was within his power to do.
Okay.
Do I like that he did it? No, but it'd be just...
Yeah.
I don't think he went after Biden's. I could be wrong, though.
Yeah. So, I mean, something about the Second Amendment. I know you said this isn't like a Second Amendment like conversation, but what kind of limits do you think should exist with regard to the Second Amendment? Because I know that there's the whole well-regulated militia part that people always.
In terms of absent, I want the constitutional standard to be followed. I think that Heller, on balance, actually, I'm not sure how I feel. I'm of two minds of it. Sometimes I think that it's a totally state-based, militia-based right. And
I mean,
not
as of
individual right.
now, it does seem kind of, because I mean, it was written back in the days of like muzzle loaders and muskets and cannons and shit.
That to me doesn't really matter as much. It's about the value inherent in it. So there could have been
without like an actual amendment, though. It's kind of like up to the Supreme Court of the time.
No, but like the First Amendment
right?
says that, the right to abridge the freedom of speech. Congress shall not abridge the freedom of speech. They had no idea about internet, mass communication. They had no idea about movies, that kind of stuff. It's about the value that's inherent there. That's supposed to be general enough to stand the test of time, but also to anchor to a specific set of things. And so I don't think that it would make sense to be like, oh, the Second Amendment, they were only planning on the guns that existed then. I don't think that's what their intent was.
Yeah,
their intent was a little broader than that. And in general, like, I have views that it probably should be harder to get a gun. It should be a stricter permit process, but I wouldn't want to violate the Second Amendment. And I don't really have fully fleshed. I'm not a Second Amendment scholar or like super duper knowledgeable about the Second Amendment.
Yeah, neither am I. So, kind of a unpopular opinion right now. What is your opinion on California's possible secession from the Union?
I think it's a LARP and stupid.
Yeah, me too. But of course, people will not shut up about it with all this rhetoric about a possible civil war.
I think that's bad, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but I mean, could you possibly see states seceding from the Union in the event that this nation becomes so divisive where you have people, just neighbors killing each other?
No, because I think that the division doesn't flow neatly across state lines like it did in the South.
No, neither do
North.
I, absolutely.
So I don't think state secession solves any problems, and then I don't think it would be a likely outcome if there were civil war.
Yeah, I think the most likely, like, secession would be, like, Los Angeles becomes its own, like, enclave, I guess.
I don't think that would happen. I don't think that any government, the federal government is not going to abandon claim to sovereign land. And I just don't think it's in the books.
Yeah, neither do I.
Righto.
Anyway, yep. I think Mr. Green was in here before I was, so
Word.
go ahead and hand it off to him.
Thank you so much, Laser.
Peace.
Later. Mr. Green. Mr. Sandman. What up, Mr. Green?
Sorry about that. I still had the stream on.
You're good. How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. What can I do for you?
So I guess my disagreement's really on kind of the framing around it. A lot of people, including you, have done the thing where it's like, oh, it's a tragedy because of the family. And first, let me clarify. I condemn it. Violence is bad. However, someone having a family doesn't mean I'm going to give a shit if something bad happens to them.
Yeah.
And it's really tough for me to like hear that again and again. And it's like,
Do you want me to respond to that real quick? So
yeah, go ahead.
When I brought up the family thing, I'm just talking about my visceral reaction, right? So I'm telling you, as a human being, when I saw, and I was familiar with this video clip because it was going around either some months ago or something, of Charlie Kirk at Fox News embracing his daughter. I'm telling you, viscerally, my heart aches. So rationally, does that mean that you should feel bad for things happening to bad people inherently just because they have a family? No, but I'm just telling you as a human being what I feel. Separate and apart from that, I don't think you need that to condemn this action, because I think it stands on its own as being immoral for the other reasons unrelated to the fact that he has a family. But I'm just telling you honestly what affected me, and it was the family.
Okay, that's very fair. And again, I condemn it. Also, I think
Yep.
your political analysis of why it's a bad idea was spot on.
Thank you.
But and then again, though, still for how visceral and the level of always the most violent thing I've ever seen, and maybe it is because I also have a law background, including homicides. I've seen a lot of people die by gunshot wounds. It's unfortunate, but it's another gunshot wound and a victim of gun violence. maybe this sounds awful to say, but maybe if more people saw people dying like this from gunshot wounds, as often happens in this country, we'd have gun control, but we hide it most of the time. And the one time everyone sees it, because it's a celebrity, it's awful. However, when it happens every other day all across the country, whether it's a homicide or someone committing suicide, we all ignore it. So it's really frustrating from that perspective of I should be acting this is the worst thing ever now, when it's like this happens every day. Just now it's a famous awful person instead of a random person.
Again, I think this goes back to like my visceral reaction to that. And I'm sure that has something to do with the fact that I watched his content, a significant amount of his content, and the fact that he's in the political space, right? And the fact that, but I do think, I'm just telling you, like, I guess I don't go out of my way to see the kind of those subreddits, whatever, those gore subreddits. Another one that strongly affected me was there's this one of this guy, like this politician or something, shooting himself. That one really affected me. There have been other moments like, but this one looked horrible, and the dark blood coming out of the carotid, like it to me, and maybe it's because I don't watch enough of these like murder videos or whatever. It really like made me sick to my stomach to watch it. But again, it doesn't. I don't know that it relates necessarily to the ethics of it whatsoever, though I will say presumably his daughter saw that. She was in the crowd. His wife saw that. So it should factor maybe somehow into like the sort of how you feel about the situation. I'll tell you, regardless of that, it made me feel just sick to my stomach watching it.
And obviously, seeing someone get shot shouldn't make you feel sick to your stomach. It's more so just, it feels like this is the first time one of the few times someone gets shot in this nation, we had to feel sick to our stomachs. But then all the other shootings that happen, especially from people like Charlie Kirk, would be like, oh, don't be sick to your stomach. It's just a fact of life. But now that it happens here, I have to give a shit. But
I'm just telling you how the video made me feel, right? Do I think that it's rational to say that like we discount the killings of other people where the clip isn't shown as much, or it's not as well-known personality? Perhaps not, though I will mention like the video of that woman being stabbed, also highly horrific video. So the cameras are only getting better, different angles going off. Like I'm not here to say that you should care more about this because of the visceralness of it versus others. I'm just telling you how the video made me feel. It felt brutal, it felt horrible, and that's not to discount other shootings or anything like that. It's just to say how I felt.
Yep, that's very fair. And again, seeing anyone die, even a not great person, should not be a pleasant experience. If it is, you have problems. And then I guess the other thing was more of I know you said jokes are fine. And jokes,
I didn't say all jokes are fine. I'm saying I consider jokes differently than I consider sincere celebrations of his death. And there are some jokes that I think sort of betray a sincere kind of appreciation for his death that I do find distasteful and bad. So jokes don't get a full-on pass for me. I think jokes are like anything else. I will consider them almost certainly different than I would consider sincere expressions, but it's like a joke by joke basis. If I think the joke is portraying some kind of like underlying sinister appreciation, it's going to make me not feel as good about it. Sometimes it's impossible to tell, and it's just some kind of like morbid humor that you'll laugh with anyway because it's like a black humor thing. And so maybe it's a little bit of a gray area. And so I think treat jokes not as harshly as I would treat sincere statements. I think that's correct, probably, if that's what you meant.
Yeah, sure. Because obviously some jokes I like, and not that I didn't watch his content enough to know if he did them, but other than lighting fair, especially around stuff like the George Floyd murder. There are a lot of jokes that were like, the very insincere jokes, like, oh, you just want to make fun of this person getting killed.
Yeah. So I will say that I find it really ghoulish. That's the new, vogue word, when people like are doing the George Floyd revisionism. And I tried to debate them on it, like I did at Tim Pool, right? I was like, this is how George Floyd died. What you're saying is wrong, da, da, da. And I find that really ugly when people do that. but I'll let you know, right? Like, I was on Tim Pool the other week, and someone's like, "Do you know those George Floyd memes?" Tim brought them up. I'm like, "You mean George Stroid?" And I laugh because some of the George Stroid memes, even though a lot of those are based in racism, unfortunately, I laugh at that, right? So, like, unfortunately, they just cause a chuckle in you. And sometimes shit that's morbid and sucks, and you probably shouldn't laugh at it, make you laugh. So I'm just saying, like, nobody's perfect. And I kind of try to separate my mind, like, the bad jokes that, like, make you kind of shake your head, and the sincere people who are like, George Floyd deserved to die. George Floyd died of fentanyl overdose when the available medical evidence shows that he didn't. So those are the kind of things that are swirling around in my head. And also, by the way, time and place as well. I mean, like, I do think that the further removed in time, I'm just telling you, the less apt I am to, like, give a fuck about the nature of the joke. Not saying that jokes close in time to the tragedy are per se bad. I'm just telling you the kinds of things that, like, factor into my head when I'm evaluating a joke, I guess, for its whether I should condemn it or something, you know?
Yeah. No, very fair. And, like, for this one end, I guess, like, the standard joke is the referencing his comments on school shootings and gun victims.
Or the one that's, like, claims to be pro-life, dies.
Oh, no.
Like, that kind of shit, you know?
Like, it's literally, like, a one-for-one quote from him. I can search and read it if you want me to. It's from, like, a 2023 article. It's pretty much saying that gun victim deaths are the unfortunate consequence for us to maintain the important right to the Second Amendment.
Oh, yeah, we already talked about that. That doesn't even feel like a joke. That just feels like a truism. But what I mean to say is, like, it's a true statement that everyone should agree with, and this maybe not as applied to the Second Amendment if you don't believe in that, but every liberty is, you know, costly in that sense. Every liberty, First Amendment, your right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures, right to due process, all these rights, right to vote, that is almost certainly going to necessitate some amount of death for reasons related to, like, the government's, you put limitations inherently on the government to act to protect you. So I actually don't view that as that, I don't know, ironic or that kind of like a good criticism to call that out. But, you might be
and I might need to go back to that exact article. It's been a minute since I read through it, but if I'm correct, that was in responding to people talking about school shootings, which is why it's more relevant than just being a blank truism in itself.
Maybe it was a response to school shootings, and so it was. But then that doesn't relate as much to the. Well, I guess he died on a university campus. Is that what you're suggesting? So yeah. Okay, so I mean, maybe then it's more ironic, but I don't think it's, like, hypocritical, and I don't think he was killed for that. Like, I doubt.
Yeah, no,
I guess we don't know. Maybe he's killed out of some anti-gun thing. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Be surprising.
But so maybe it is more ironic then. I kind of view it at people who are making them much like he deserved to die, or therefore, you live by your principle. He didn't, like, die by that principle. He died because almost certainly someone was targeting him because of what he was saying. So that to me seems like more offensive to our notions of free expression than our notions of Second Amendment, rights. That's why he was targeted, right?
Yeah, no, most likely. And on top of that too, this should not just become a Second Amendment debate, but is the question of how fair are the current interpretations of the Second Amendment, and how important is this amendment to the amount of violence we're allowing to cause within our nation? And I think I lean very differently on that than you do, because that's
an empirical question. I would say that the level of violence partially pertains to the amount of guns, which I'm sure is influenced by the liberal amount of the lack of gun. When I say liberal in this context, I mean, like,
yeah, I know,
highly promoting of liberty related to gun rights. So a very liberal gun right, and which is to say very expansive amounts of guns. So maybe the amount of guns is influenced by the protection of the Second Amendment. Although I'm not so sure about that, because if you think about it, right, the Second Amendment didn't even apply as to the states until the 2010s, right? So I'm not so convinced that gun ownership in this country, or the mass amount of guns, is a result of the Second Amendment directly. I'm not convinced by that. I think
would disagree there, but sorry.
You could disagree with that. I'm telling you, as a matter of law, it wasn't the case that the Second Amendment didn't used to even protect an individual right until Heller. That was in 2009 or 8. And it wasn't incorporated as to apply to states until like 2010, right? Like, so.
But I think as a matter of how states funced, they function as it did. I would be, unless, and maybe
you say that, but like Texas banned open carry for a while. New York passed the Sullivan Act in the 1890s, I believe, or the early 1900s. And so there was wide scale, maybe there was a greater gun culture. I'll give you that. But I almost think that has to do like imagine that there was no Second Amendment. There still would have had to be some kind of legislative desire to ban guns in the buildup of the country, and there just wasn't, regardless of, except for the cases that I'm talking about, there wasn't this like mass banning of guns in this country. And so the Second Amendment is a protection against legislation, but if there isn't even a desire to implement that legislation, or if the kind of gun control legislation that we're talking about is more modern of a phenomenon, I'm not convinced that the amount of guns or the gun culture itself has as its base origin the Second Amendment as such. I'm more convinced that the gun culture in this country has to do with like the frontier and the manifest destiny and the kind of I don't even know what to say, like that kind of culture, which probably exists alongside the Second Amendment, not as a cause of it. I'm not convinced by the causality that people ascribe to it. And I do think, just my intuition, I'm not saying I can prove it, my intuition is that the amount of guns and the gun culture is it's probably what's responsible for more gun violence in the Second Amendment as such.
Yeah, I guess I am also not a Second Amendment historian or legal expert, but I would hazard on the side of they're probably pretty heavy intertwined. I don't think gun culture gets to where it was even before it was fully incorporated through Heller until now, if the Second Amendment's not there, even if it's not being actively applied.
Maybe. I would agree with you that like gun enthusiast, gun culture probably has a role in the amount of guns, and the amount of guns probably has a role in the amount of gun violence. So that's all fair, I guess. But I don't have strong views on the causality there. I don't have strong views on the type of gun regulation I'd like to see, and I'm worried it's unfortunately a waste of capital, political capital, because it's necessary to like meet humongous opposition. So I just don't view it as an area that Democrats should be unfortunately spending a ton of time on,
Federally, yeah. And then I guess back to this issue of because I think it's pretty fair to say if the nation had much stronger, possibly unrealistically stronger gun regulation, there's a chance that the shooter doesn't get a gun.
Right, but
again, I'm speculating. There's a chance, and I think that's fair game to say. I know you said earlier, like, it's speculation, but you say on the side of it was less fair.
If what you're suggesting is that, like, if we implemented the kind of gun regulation where it would just necessitate a dramatic decrease in the amount of guns, then perhaps, but like that's okay. I mean, I guess that's possible, but usually people, when they're proposing gun legislation, they're like leaving carve-outs for handguns, carve-outs for hunting rifles, and those carve-outs are like, this gun seems like it would be carved out of that legislation,
Yeah, most likely.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for the time.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you.
Have a nice one.
Later. All right, let's try Bo Dirt again. We're going to do no one else join, all right? These are the last callers. So after this, 3 more. Bo Dirt, is your thing working? Bo Dirt? Still nothing, huh? Hello? Bo Dirt? Uh-oh, I hear something. Bo Dirt.
Yo,
what up? What's going on with your mic?
holy shit, can you hear me?
Now I can. What's good?
Whoa. Damn, I didn't even think I was on anymore. Let me grab my list. Pisco, big fan, man.
Thanks, man.
Just wanted to start out with that. I come to you for my morality sometimes.
Appreciate it.
Let's see. Like I said, I was listening to a whole other podcast. Let's see. So somebody, a couple couple guests ago, a couple talkers ago, they were talking about the legacy and blah 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 of Charlie Kirk, and I think they just made a mistake in talking about. I just think his last words were kind of the most ironic part of the entire thing, with just his. I mean, it's
Sure, it's
rage
ironic.
baiting is kind of the whole. Rage baiting is the whole.
It's ironic because it's related to guns.
No. Just the rage baiting that he does, and I mean his last comment, even with the question that he was asked, do you know how many mass shootings have occurred this year? And his, it's the smart.
Okay, but this wasn't a mass shooting. It wasn't a mass shooting.
No. I know. But
Okay.
I'm saying his response to it was, does that include gang violence? It's just the term that he used, and I mean, we know what he means by that when he says gang violence, right? Like we understand his interpretation.
It's a black on black crime. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, that's. Well, no,
I don't know that he's necessarily
in,
suggesting that. I think that there's gang violence between, there's Hispanic gangs. There's people in the gang violence is not just. It sometimes is a dog whistle, but maybe he's using it as a dog whistle. But I guess I don't understand why that makes it more ironic.
No, well, I'm saying it's just the rage baiting, and eventually that's just what it's just rage caught up to him. I'm not saying what happened was like you can't get me to agree with what happened.
I think Charlie Kirk was probably racist. So yeah, to the extent that he's being racist.
I'm just saying, like I think that's, if there's any irony in what happened, that's what I'm trying to get at. A few callers ago, I'm a little bit late to the game here, but he was talking about the irony of what he was talking about. But I think
what's ironic about his last words? I mean, like, why would it be ironic for him to go out being like maybe a little racist by dog whistling about gang violence?
Well, no, I'm saying that the concept of the dog whistle was, in a sense, was a rage baiting thing that he does. It's a debate tactic that he uses to try and throw people off. It always was. I'm saying in general, him rage baiting, his demise was brought about by, I mean, I'm just guessing, somebody's rage about something. He was pushing an agenda, whatever it may be. I don't know what it was, but I'm saying in general, that's where the irony, if any, lies, is in the fact that he was literally in the process of doing what, I mean, I just blatantly call it, I mean, that was a dog, what he was doing.
Okay, maybe violence. It was ironic. Well, what's the point?
No, I'm just bringing it up with the couple callers who were bringing it. That's all.
I agree. There are elements to his death that I probably would consider ironic.
Yeah, no, that's I not even my own point that I wanted to bring up. But all right, so what I'm going to bring up. How old are you, real quick? I just wanted to.
Late 20s.
I knew you said it earlier. Late 20s. Okay, cool. So I'm in my late 30s. I joined the Marines right out of high school. I deployed. I joined because of 9/11. It was both my parents are very conservative. Grew up in a very conservative family, big football family. That taught me how to hate sports, really. But kind of the black sheep. Joined the Marine Corps to kind of appease my parents, and got deployed. Not by choice. I really joined. I joined one MOS, and then I got in a little bit of trouble, and they kicked me out of that, and I ended up in a combat MOS. So I ended up deploying. I really didn't want to, but I mean, I joined the Marines. Kind of is what it is. I think what I'm getting at is I think that there's a bit of a violence gap when it comes to the younger generation and people that are my age, and kind of I got wrapped up in the entire craziness after 9/11 and misdirected hate and what I'm trying to get at is when Charlie was killed, I felt a certain way, and I contacted my two brothers who are, they used to be very right wing. Trump has definitely, thank God he has pushed them away. They understand, they see what's happening, but I look to them for kind of my even keeled opinion, what I should be possibly thinking. And it's just, I don't know, man. It's just one of those. I feel the disconnect between even them. They're both in the military too, and they were kind of like taken aback by my reaction. And I'm not saying that that's
what
the
was
cause
your
or
reaction?
anything. My reaction was just like, I don't know. I don't know what it was. It wasn't like obviously. But here's the thing. I've seen that. I've seen that almost exactly in real life. And that's it's another thing to see it on video. And what you were talking about earlier really stuck with me, where it's like, I despise his politics, but I also spent a lot of time listening to him. So it did, seeing that video, even though I've seen this stuff in real life, it was more disturbing. It almost had the same exact feeling that I remember seeing that kind of stuff in person. And I think there is something to say about the fact that, this wasn't a political assassination in the sense that it was like a senator or somebody that we haven't, seen, somebody who hasn't bared their soul in front of us. Like, and who we saw at Charlie Kirk was him. We can't deny that. I just think there's
you had a highly negative reaction to it, is what you're saying? That's what your brothers are?
They were kind of taken aback, and I realized it took me the entire day to kind of gather my senses and what had just happened throughout the entire day. I'm also like in between jobs right now, so I'm fucking chronically online, which is a whole nother subject we don't need to go into, but it's just, I could have seen this coming for years. And I know a lot of people could say that, but I truly hope this has been a defining moment for me. I despise the man, but I also understand his significance in that side's movement. I mean, dude, I genuinely believe I think that they thought he was going to be the next president eventually. There's no way. His influence was just, I don't know. I'm having a hard time dealing with it. And I'm 38, so I feel like I'm a little bit too old to be whatever this involved with online shit like that. But I love this country, dude, and I'm really fucking scared for what's going on.
Yeah.
I spent Labor Day hanging out with a bunch of Marine buddies that I haven't seen since it's been 16 years. So if you can do that math, that's before Trump. And they are all mainly like, we stopped talking because of politics, basically. And we kind of just met back up, and it was undeniable that there was still a human between us, and all of that shit just like fell apart and fell to the wayside the entire trip. It made me realize that there's just so much that we can, I don't know, man. It's all, I'm very sad for this country, dude. This is,
Yep.
I didn't think that his death was going to do this to a lot of people, but it really, it's fucked me up on the other side. So,
well, thank you for your reaction.
I feel like I'm rambling now. I appreciate.
You're cutting out now, but I appreciate you saying that, and hope you're well. Thank you, caller. All right, last three. Manny Rod, how you doing? Manny Rod 5, how we doing?
Appreciate.
How we doing?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello, hi, how are you, Pascal? I'm good.
Yeah.
So, have you heard of Unfuck America?
Yeah.
Okay, so their mission statement on their website is to chase Charlie Kirk around. Do you know that?
No.
Do you know Z?
I've heard of her.
Okay, so Unfuck America, founded by Z, and their mission is to chase around Charlie Kirk wherever he goes. And she said, what in my opinion is very inciting statements like, okay, we're gonna go after Charlie Kirk, gonna attack Charlie Kirk, we're gonna go after him. Do you think that played a part
I have no reason
in
to
his
believe that.
assassination?
I have no reason to think that.
Why?
I don't have a basis to believe that it did.
Okay, but don't you think that gang stalking Charlie Kirk and
What do you mean by
portraying
gang
him as
stalking?
like
What's
the
what,
devil?
what do you think is gang stalking?
Well, the whole Unfuck America thing is just going around wherever Charlie Kirk goes and speak, they go after him.
By go after, you mean engage and try to debate him and stuff?
No, they just go after him, even if they are not invited. They try to go there and they try to sneak inside their event, even when they are then not invited.
Well,
They try to sneak in.
okay, so you're saying that they try to break rules to get into places where they're not allowed?
Yes. If you they were covered by CNN, and they said that themselves. They had an interview with Zeke Cohen.
They're following, and they're either breaking the laws or breaking the rules and trying to break into places they're not allowed to be.
No, I wouldn't say it's breaking the law.
Sorry. I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking a specific question. Have they represented that they either break the rules and try to enter places they're not allowed and not authorized to be, or break the law? Either have they admitted to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they did. Yes, and they have it on camera. CNN interviewed Z Cohen, and she said she tried to get Destiny into a Charlie Kirk event when they weren't allowed to go there. They didn't have any credentials to go inside. They didn't have any approval to
What's
go
your
inside.
question,
In fact,
caller?
they were rejected from.
Caller, what's your question? So your question is,
saying, do you think
I have no reason to believe that there's any causal connection between their activities and his death. Do you have a reason to believe that?
I believe that portraying him as Satan, as the worst person in America right now, might encourage someone to kill him.
Sorry, I didn't ask might it encourage something. A lot of things might encourage something. Me saying might encourage someone. I'm asking, do you have a reason to believe that they had a causal connection in his death? Yes or no?
Yes.
What is your evidence that shows that their
If you
activities...
portray someone as the devil, someone is gonna do it.
No. Okay, so by that logic, because I've said horrible things about Charlie Kirk, I've criticized him relentlessly. You think I'm responsible for his death?
Yeah, but you weren't stalking him in real life, right?
Oh, hang on a second. That's what you just said is portraying someone as a devil makes it so that there's evidence that you caused his death. Is that your position, or is that you're saying?
I didn't say evidence.
Okay.
I said, don't you think if you portray someone as the devil himself, you say he's Satan? That's the word he said.
Okay.
Destiny was on CNN. Said Kirk is the Satan. He said that word per se. Don't you think that's inviting?
Thank you, caller. How you doing, Mitch?
Hello. Big fan from Australia.
Thank you so much. How you going?
I'm alright, man. How are you?
Good.
That's good. All right. So first thing I want to talk about here is you said a couple calls ago, democracy has not failed yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. I think this may be true in some sort of in a literal sense. But to me, it's only true in the sense that if I drop an anvil above your head, maybe it hasn't hit your head yet, but it's falling and it's going to, right? I see zero reason to believe that the 2028 election results will be certified accurately if Trump wins. Do you disagree with that statement?
You said you have no reason to believe it will be? confirmed
Will
accurately?
be certified correctly, yes, if Trump loses.
If Trump loses. So you're saying you're agnostic as to whether it will or won't, correct?
I believe it won't.
Okay, so you believe that it won't be certified accurately if Trump loses.
Correct, yes.
I don't have that belief. And so since you have how do you want to do this? Do you want me to try to address your claim, or do you want to have your positive?
I'll explain to you why I believe that, and you can tell me what you disagree. In 2020, as you would agree, Trump attempted to have the certification overruled, or overturned, whatever you want to call it, and he was only stopped by Mike Pence, his vice president, refusing to certify.
I don't agree with that.
Mike Pence is no longer... Okay, why would you say it was stopped?
I don't think that Mike Pence would have made a difference even if he was on board. I think he would have tried to help Trump, but I think ultimately his plan was likely to succeed even if Mike Pence was on board.
But was not likely to succeed, you mean?
Sorry, I meant unlikely to succeed. Correct.
Okay, what do you think would have stopped him absent Mike Pence?
I think the Congress he did not have the votes in the Congress to undo the election. And if Pence had just went on and said, I'm overruling the Congress, I think that ultimately the courts would have sided with Congress and recognizing it if that went up to some sort of litigation. And I think that the military and the people with the guns would have obeyed what the court said.
What gives you the idea that the courts would have stopped at the Supreme Court?
Sorry? What gives me the idea that the
courts... What gives you the idea
that the Supreme Court would have ruled in favor of congressional will and the people's will and the state's will?
Yeah.
It's the fact that they operated to effectuate that outcome in the weeks and months before January 6th?
Sure. When it came to fact-finding, specific claims about fraud, they agreed that fraud did not occur, sure. But we have multiple examples.
Not just cases of fraud. The Supreme Court rejected in Texas versus Pennsylvania a claim on the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction, not of fraud, but that the elections were conducted in an unconstitutional fashion. So, and more than just fraud cases and cases related to...
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I would consider this slightly different. What I would consider it more analogous to is something like the immunity decision or the 14th Amendment Section 3 decision, which are obviously, I think you would agree, were decided completely wrongly and were decided out of essentially deference to Trump and not out of any deference to the Constitution or any such thing. Right? Why do you think they would decide this one correctly if they didn't decide those correctly?
Well, I think that part of the rationale of the Supreme Court in the Section 3 case had to do with, you're right, a kind of optics, kind of like uncomfortableness with state power over the area of Section 3. But remember, that was a 9-0 decision in terms of the states not having this power. And so I don't entirely think that decision can be... I think it was the incorrect decision, but I don't think that it's a fair reading of the Constitution. But remember, that was 9-0. And so I'm not so convinced that decision portends that the court would have behaved inappropriately in 2020 vis-a-vis the election certification results, which I view as a fundamentally different issue, where there's a lot less, potential arguments that the court would be open to. And I think the proof is in the pudding because the Supreme Court rejected Texas versus Pennsylvania. So, if they wanted to interfere to benefit Trump, why didn't they in Texas versus Pennsylvania?
Well, was that the standing one or is that a different one?
That was on
the merits?
That was on standing grounds, but yeah, I mean, like, why do you think if they were just so desperate to give Trump the election results in 2020, why didn't they do that when they had a vehicle to do it?
Good question. It could be that they felt like they couldn't get away with it.
Because of Mike Pence?
So cut and dry.
I don't think they were thinking about Mike Pence when they did that.
No. They couldn't get away with the other ones, I said. Maybe they felt that the Texas for Pennsylvania or the other plans were just so ridiculous that they couldn't even justify it to themselves ruling in his favor. And they didn't. They may not have felt that way about this. You mentioned, I guess I could turn it back on you. Then, if they are not so desperate to give Trump everything he wants, then why give him immunity and allow him to unconstitutionally run again in 2024?
Well, I think that once you have that ruling on Section 3, they pass the buck to Congress, and so it's not a justiciable issue, him running, even though I do believe it was.
When I say him running, I mean the Section 3 case.
The what? Sorry.
I mean the Section 3 case. That's what.
That's what I'm
referencing.
referencing. Yeah. So, for Section 3 purposes, they passed the buck to Congress. Why do I think they did that? I think that they were probably motivated in some sense politically because I don't think it's a fair reading of the Constitution, but like it's not for courts to decide the election type thing, and that isn't in principle a position. I think it's a naive position. That's not a fair reading of the Constitution, but it doesn't ultimately, to me, suggest that they would have abided by a constitutional coup, and even this court. I don't think that. And yes, that's on Section 3. On the immunity stuff, I just view that as a separate issue. Again, I think it's them having their view on unitary executive theory that has been a through line for these Supreme Court justices now for years. And so I don't think that is indicative of their election certification, willingness to abide, that kind of stuff. I think it's their willingness to abide this long-standing unitary executive theory that they've sort of bought hook, line, and sinker. And recall that this was before the election, so I think the same kind of animating concerns about the courts interfering with the election were probably, to the extent that politics was interfering in their thought process, it was probably to that extent. I don't think that they assumed that Trump would win the election in 2024 and that they're just trying to vest him with total power.
Well, that specific case was to protect Trump. Trump was Trump v. United States. It was his case they were trying to get him off on.
But this is as a former president, not as a current. But yes.
Yeah. But either way, it's what I mean is it's for Trump.
What I'm saying is the ideological foundations of Trump versus the United States have been planted for some time in the Federalist Society and Morrison v. Olson, in the kind of concurrences and dissents that you were seeing from these conservative justices for a while, in Roberts' majority opinion in the Consumer Financial Protection case that came out. So I think that ideologically these conservative justices have bought into this brand of executive theory that, even though I think it will be bent and works to the benefit of Trump, I don't know that it portends that they'll be sort of willing to throw the election process to Trump. And I think that another example of that is the independent state legislature theory, where 6-3, the court rejected the conservatives' attempts to basically have the state governments run roughshod over their own state constitutions and elections in that context. And so I think that the court has been decent on the actual instances in which the Republicans are trying to fuck with the election results. Except in Trump versus United States in the Section 3 case. But other than that, when it came to the other assaults, I think they've been pretty good.
Okay, so the immunity case, you think that they would have decided that the same if Trump was never in the picture? Like it wasn't his case and he wasn't running for re-election?
No, I think that if it were some liberal who did some fucked up shit, I think that they're political. I think that a lot their rulings show themselves to be as such. I think it's possible they would have had some version of Barrett's immunity if it weren't Trump. But again, this is all just speculation. But I do think politics probably influences their rulings for sure. I don't think it's possible that they would have allowed Biden to dismantle ICE like they're allowing Trump to dismantle all these other agencies. And so I'm pretty convinced that politics is playing some role in their thinking here. But I'm not convinced yet that we're at the stage in which they would have handed Trump the victory when he was the clear loser of the election in 2020.
Sure, but I want to specifically, well, that's what I wanted to specifically get to is, my point in bringing this up was that they are political, right? They did this to benefit Trump.
I think that's one of their motivating influences, but I don't think it's like the one sole objective. And I think that that's showed in a number of rulings. I think it plays an influence, but it's not always determinative.
Okay, sure.
You say, sure. But there are rulings where the Supreme Court has come out against Trump, right? Like in the Kilmar-Berger Garcia case. 9-0.
Yes, I didn't mean that sarcastically.
Okay,
I was genuinely saying, I'm sure. Okay, so but you would agree it's a significant motivation for their decisions.
I think political influence it is influencing conservative justices on the Supreme Court. Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I think it seems to me that for those same exact reasons, they would have gone along with Trump's thing, or they would have refused to consider it under the political questions doctrine. But, I mean, perhaps we just have different intuitions there. But it seems to me they're political. They are willing to do things that fly in the face of the text of the Constitution for political gain. So that seems to fit the bill. So I'm not seeing any real reason that to believe.
So
that
here's the question: if the
have.
Democratic candidate in 2028 wins by 8 percentage points, wins every single swing state, you think the Supreme Court and Trump and Vance try to overturn the results of the election? You think the Supreme Court's going to say, "Yep, they can do that"?
Yeah, I think it's likely they would either accept it or refuse to touch it. Yeah.
I think that's unlikely.
Okay. Maybe we have different intuitions because since we agree that they make decisions based on politics and not on the Constitution.
Man, I said that it influences. I didn't say it's the sole determinant.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But they make decisions politically, even when it goes against the Constitution. They are politically biased towards Trump. This would be a decision that would go against the Constitution that would benefit Trump. So I don't see any reason to believe that they would.
It's the same personnel in 2020 that it is in 2024.
But okay, to be clear, I'm not saying there's 100% chance.
Except for, I guess, except for Breyer. Breyer, but it doesn't matter, right? That's essentially the same conservative setup in 2020, but that didn't prove the case in 2020. So how do you, how do you resolve that? How do you resolve that in 2020 they had a vehicle to do it and they didn't do it?
Sure. I mean, I can say that they're not going to do it at all costs, right? Perhaps they need a little bit of wiggle room so they can feel, they can sleep at night. They're not going to say like they won't do anything, right? If there's a case in front of them that's like, hey, we're alleging this fraud, and there's literally zero evidence, they're not going to say, oh yeah, it was fraud. We agree.
Okay, let me tell you what the percentage chances of like violent revolution succeeding zero in this country before elections.
Well, technically non-zero, but very small. Yes, it's very small.
Okay, so like I'd rather have an election, run it well, do as best as possible, and now if they try to fuck with it, we can go out on the streets, and I think the Supreme Court will likely rule in our favor. And if they don't, I mean, we'll deal with that when it comes. But at the moment, like, what is the argument here? Like, so what are you're suggesting that we won't have free and fair elections in 2024 or 2028? Sorry.
Most likely, yes. Most likely, yes.
Okay.
But I agree with you with the description that the best thing to do is to assume that you will do your best to win the biggest majority possible, because that is the best. That's the best path forward, right?
Here's what I'll grant you. I think it's likely that Trump, if he cares to, and if he's not dead, will try to fuck with the election in some way. We'll try, right?
Agreed.
For sure. But I just don't think he'll be successful. I don't think he'll be successful in the courts. I think these states run their elections, and if he tries to fuck with them, I think that the states will get in the way, and ultimately the states are the ones who are actually conducting it. I just don't think he'll be successful.
Well, I don't think it matters that the states are conducting the election. If he sends in fake electors, the states can't do anything about it.
Oh, that's in 2028, but of course you're discounting the midterms, 2026, where the electors don't. There are no electors, and so.
No, I thought we were talking about 2028.
Oh, okay, but let me let you know that there's an intervening election in 2026, and if Democrats are able to clean house in 2026, then his avenues get even narrower still. Do you think that the same, like if Democrats have both houses of Congress, assuming it's a big ask for the Senate, but assuming, do you think is your prior the same?
Well, obviously it makes it the chances of. It depends how you want to look at it. Yeah, it improves the chances. Yeah, it makes things better. Yes. Yeah. If the Democrats have both houses, of course. Yeah.
And the more unpopular the government is, the same thing. These are all factors to consider, and I think that in general, if you had to ask me, I think that it's likely the elections will be conducted fairly in 2026 and in 2028, and that the results will be as they are. I don't say it's 100%. I don't say that it's even 90%. I'm probably closer to like 85%. And I think that Trump will certainly try to fuck with it, but the prescription is the same. So I don't know what's the use in like worrying about it. At this point, there's a lot of unknown unknowns. We just don't know, right? Like, so at this point, it's like, it's kind of a lot of speculation.
Sure. Well, the reason I think it's just because you said something descriptively that I disagree with. The other thing is, I 100% agree that you should be attempting to win both the midterms and 2028 by the largest margin as possible, because that gives you the best chance. But I think people should be prepared that even winning that is not necessarily going to be enough, and it may still fail, and you have to be prepared for what potentially comes after. But yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, electoralism is obviously still useful, but we shouldn't be confident that electoralism will be sufficient. Is what I would say there.
I think we should behave as though it will be, and I encourage people to plan, because like I think anything else is like, okay, plan for what? Plan to protest for sure, I guess, if that's what you're saying. Plan to protest if they try to fuck with something, yeah. But anything else, like grab your guns, get some fucking supplies or some shit.
I don't know it's US, but whatever you would say after that, let's say 2028 comes around and they straight up seal the election. And
get ready to protest, but that should be a given. Yeah, get ready to get on the streets in that respect to do peaceful protests. Yeah.
I thought is that all you would prescribe after the election has been stolen? Is protests?
Wait, hang on. So prevent the election being stolen by peaceful protests. Yes, I think that unless
I'm talking about after.
It's okay. If they, we'll deal with that when they come. I'm not going to breach TOS in terms of what would be justified or not. But I'm telling you, you have a moral obligation to exhaust all remedies. And in this country, we do it peacefully. And I don't think we're going to have to worry about a stolen election if we win this election, and if we actually come out in force if they try any fucking shit. And I think we will, and we can do so peacefully, and we'll do so in the good old American way. And yeah, I think that's the best way forward, and we don't have to think about that if we win.
Well, I mean, I disagree, because if you win, you may still lose because it might get thrown out.
Okay, so how do I respond to you? Because you're saying you think that the election will be stolen in 2028.
Yes.
Is that you think it's likely to be stolen in 2028?
Greater than 50% chance.
Based on 60%. What? What facts do you have to you don't know the election result, right? So even if it's a blowout, an 80% blowout, yeah. So regardless of the outcome, you have no evidence of what the outcome will be. You don't know who the candidates will be. Trump could live or die. You have basically no information other than the fact that he has tried before in the past, and you're willing to say more than 50% you're sure that it'll be stolen.
Sorry, I should clarify. This is more than 50% given that it's Trump. If it's not Trump, it goes lower. So I'm predicating this on the idea that he'll be around still.
There's not enough information to have that level of certainty, dude.
I mean, I disagree. And my argument's pretty simple. He's tried it before, and the way I see it,
but you're not saying that 80% he's going to try it. I mean, if it were, or 50% he's going to,
100% he's going to try it.
I think he's going to try it, but the question is he going to be successful? And you're saying he's more likely than not going to be successful to change the result. Okay, so first of all, this is on the assumption that we win that election, right? Assuming we win. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So you just don't have enough information at this point to make that kind of call that it will be successful. I mean, what do you know? What will be the mechanism?
I know.
The fraudulent elector scheme.
Sure. Yeah, fraudulent elector scheme. Court either ignores it or okays it.
Okay. I mean, is that your intuition about how the courts treated this Supreme Court treated the fake elector scheme in the past? I mean, you have no evidence. Go on.
Well, it's not how they really treat the fake elector scheme. It's the body of evidence for how they've generally decided things in Trump's favor against the Constitution. So, what would you say that probably? Let's say that he does it on the fake election scheme.
I think it's likely to be fair.
What's your?
That's my intuition because our elections in the past have had their results been affirmed. I think that in the Senate and in the House, I think the Democrats are likely to win the House in 2026. Do you agree with that or no?
Yes.
Okay. If the Democrats win the House, they're not gonna, be able to legally or constitutionally undo the, electoral results of 2028 because they're not gonna have a whole branch of Congress to do so. It's even.
Of course, it's not constitutional.
In terms of the legal arguments for the Supreme Court, and you're saying they don't matter. You say the Supreme Court is so divorced from the law that they would accept a blatant theft, but then you don't have an answer for why they didn't do that in 2020. You still don't have an answer for that.
Well, I mean,
you have zero answer. Wait, you have zero answer for that. I'll say again. In 2020, they had a vehicle to do so. Yep. They refused.
Yeah. I'm not saying they'll do it at all costs. I'm saying that it being unconstitutional wouldn't stop them.
Okay, so why didn't they do it in 2020?
Perhaps they felt it was too blatant.
Okay, but if we have a result in which the Democrat gets a clear majority, wins every single swing state. And you're saying it wouldn't be too blatant in that case?
Not necessarily. It would depend on how they could sow doubt as to whether there was fraud.
Who's they? The administration?
Trump and his team, yeah.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, but you have just no, at this point, there's no information. other than Trump's intent.
I'm trying to predict the future here. But all I'm saying, the controversial point here is only, do I think the Supreme Court will rule as they did in 2020, or will they rule as they did in Trump v. United States?
Trump v. United States is an issue having to do with criminal liability.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that the legal arguments for both are the same. I'm saying,
and by the way, in
decision-making process.
In Trump v. United States, that case was going to go on. The reason why the reason the case was dropped because Trump won the fucking election.
Yeah.
The case wasn't dead.
Yeah.
Most of the case was private language, or sorry, private conduct.
Yeah, I know. That's not the argument I'm making. What I'm saying is we have two examples of blatantly partisan, just ignoring the Constitution for Trump's benefit. Right? We have two examples of that. I'm sure there's more, but there's two I'm given. Right? There are also other examples where they have not ruled in Trump's favor and they've ruled correctly. Right? Both of these things happen. Right? All I'm saying is that I think it's more likely that when push comes to shove, they will do a ruling like Trump v. United States and like Section 3 than they will do the other types of rulings.
The Anderson case.
Yeah.
So
that's the controversial thing here. We disagree on whether they're more likely to do type 1 or type 2, given they've done both.
Well, I don't know. I feel like it's like comparing two events for which at the moment there's just like not enough critical information. Like I would just resort to our priors, which are the lower federal courts have been, I think, pretty good in terms of this kind of election shenanigans. I think the Supreme Court has been decent, at least in the 2020 election. And that's my prior. My prior is that we've had the certified winner in every prior election be certified, arguably, except for 1876. That's like the one example where there's a lot of question marks in that particular election. But other than that, every other election of ours has been conducted in such a manner as the winner being in office, and so those are my priors. And
under a different court with very different political.
But under the court we had, when they had a vehicle to overturn the election, they refused 7-2. But even in that 7-2 decision that was on standing alone, they refused. They didn't even like humor it in the court, really. And so that was the court we had in 2020. So those are my priors in terms of the legal arguments, and we don't have enough information, I think, at this point to forecast beyond that. And so I think that at this point you have to stick with your priors here, and the priors are that in this country, the elections are conducted fairly, and the results are implemented.
I don't think you can use pre-2020 elections as much of a We're in very different. It's a very different scenario.
Can you find a modern example in American history where this has not occurred? So every election we've had in the last. Okay, so you're forecasting something that hasn't happened in the recent history of the United States, where courts have generally been good on these election outcome results, and where people have had the will of the people has been implemented in this country without information specifically about who's even running the next election, or what the composition of both branches are going to be in the next election, or who are going to be even the composition of the Supreme Court. Who knows what's going to happen? And in that context, you're willing to say more than 50%. I think that's a little bit. It's way too speculative. I would hew back to the priors of the unbroken track record here of fair elections being implemented in this country.
I don't like appealing to those as priors. If we're going to do that, I can then you say that you think Trump is going to try to steal the election in 2020.
I think he would try if he's alive and if he chooses to run or something. I don't know that he'll care enough to try for JD Vance. Maybe he will. I honestly don't know. Well. I think he had a stroke, but did you see his face? So I did, this is all like speculation that he specifically runs enough / cares enough to get JD Vance in power that he would risk doing another shit which he could find perhaps some criminal liability for. Specifically,
I want to say, you think he's most likely to run again, but why can't I say to you, well, look at all these years of history, all 250 years or whatever, America, only once did someone try to overturn the results. So look at our priors. It's so rare. How can you say this?
Well, this is specific to Trump. Trump has shown. Trump has a track, but he has not had a track record of success.
Yeah, because he tried once and he failed, and the reason that he failed, in my opinion, is no longer around.
Because the reason he failed was Mike Pence, but that's just when you're wrong.
Yeah, well, we disagree on that, sure.
Because you think that you think in 2020 when Biden clearly won the election that Pence, if Pence had done what Trump did and just been like, I declared Trump winner, you think that he would have that the Supreme Court would have been like, yep, Trump wins, and Trump would have successfully stolen it.
More likely than not, yes, I believe so.
I think that's insane.
But if you can disagree with that and you can make arguments on the court's past ruling, that's fine. I don't think it's fair to go back to the 250-year history and say, well, usually elections aren't stolen. Yeah, sure, but this is specific to Trump.
Okay, Trump has tried to steal election and failed before, and what failed him was the fact that the institutions, that is to say the courts, upheld the lawful results of the election, and Congress is unwilling to and the states were unwilling to accommodate his attempts. And in this case, you have a Trump who is, I would say that there's a risk. I would always say there's a risk, but you just don't have enough information at this point to say that like he would be successful in a second attempt. And so I think that you have to be left with the conclusion that until you have more information, for you to forecast so far out, like it should be closer to like 50-50 in your mind. Then like
again, this is predicated on a couple of assumptions that it's Trump and that he's still around and whatever, right? So sure, I'll give you that. It's based on that, right?
Trump's around and he's running, and they let him run, right? That's another hurdle that they're going to let him run.
Yeah, I think. What do you think the chance of that is?
Low.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Why?
Low because in this case you have constitutional text that I don't think it's consistent with Anderson, but I think that they would apply it.
Sorry, what do you mean it's not consistent with Anderson? Oh, sorry, you're saying you're saying Anderson they refused to enforce Section 3, but you think they would enforce Amendment 23.
Yeah, the rationale of Section 3 had to do with like the specific time period in which it was enacted, and it being states versus federal. But the term limits on the presidency exist in a totally separate context in which I could see why they would. What argument they're going to make to separate states enforcing that prohibition on multiple terms. And I do think that the courts ultimately will uphold that one.
Yeah, what if he does? Well, haven't you said that there's a way for him to get around that where he runs as vice president?
I don't think he's going to try that.
Okay, so but if he did try that, do you think the courts would let it happen?
I think courts would, and I think they should.
Okay. Sure, okay. So
I think it's legal.
So you think Trump's going to try, just not in a way that
I don't think Trump's going to try to run as VP.
Trump will.
I think that he.
You think he'll try to run as president, and they won't let him do that.
Yeah.
But if he decides to run as VP, you think they would let him?
I think they would.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Well, I appreciate you, Pisco. I like you.
Yeah. No, I think the bigger danger is like a military coup.
Yeah.
That I think is a bigger danger.
Trump doing a military coup.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's also quite possible, yeah.
I wouldn't be as worried of the fake elector scheme. But the military coup is like something else that I think is also impossible to prognosis because you don't have a sense of the military where they're at, and so I don't think it's fair to.
Yeah, I don't have a number on the military coup. I don't know how likely that is.
Yeah. And that would be hugely risky for him. And he's at the end of his and this is all for what, 4 more years? Like he's dying, so I don't know.
But risky how? What has he got to lose?
Well, potentially being fucking. Well, you know what happens to dictators. I mean, like that's the risk.
I mean, sure, that hasn't stopped him acting like a dictator so far.
I hear you. I'm just telling you, it's a risk. I think everyone would acknowledge it would be a risk to try to institute a military coup. Do you think that Trump is not worried about risk?
It doesn't really seem like it. He seems deluded that he can't possibly lose.
Okay. Well, are you prognosing a military coup before 2028?
I would say it's less likely than. Yes, that's
okay.
It's not.
All right.
It's unlikely to happen.
Do you understand my frustration? Because it's what kind of evidence would convince you otherwise? What could I say to change your mind? It seems like it's unfalsifiable.
Sure. I mean, if they suddenly started becoming the most, ultra fair court of all time and giving Trump just like beatdown after beatdown after beatdown after beatdown, consistently for the next 4 years, it's going to take a lot of that to, overpower.
So it has to do with your perception of the
Anderson
Supreme Court?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's where we disagree, is that you think of the Supreme Court as generally decent, and they lose their way on some cases.
I think the Supreme Court is fucking up his country, but I don't think the Supreme Court would let the vice president just decide the election.
Okay, sure, but what I'm saying is that my perception of the Supreme Court is they are ultimately partisan, and they, generally speaking, will try to give Trump what he wants, but sometimes it's a bridge too far for them, and it's just they can't.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bridge too far. I think the vice president just
Mm-hmm.
declaring the winner is a bridge too far, and so I think that the risk, if there's any, is Trump hatching a military coup and just ordering his troops to do something.
By bridge too far, I don't mean
legally. You mean what?
It's super crazy. I mean when there's nothing even presented for them to go off, they'll just be like in the fraud case, when they go in and they say
it wasn't a fraud case.
There were fraud cases, and there were what's it called, Texas v. Pennsylvania. There's multiple, right?
No, I'm talking about Trump. The other ones didn't really reach the Supreme Court that much. They didn't at all. I don't think, actually.
Okay, fair enough. Sure. Sure. Then I'll just rephrase and I'll say, maybe they looked at that one and they were like, bro, you don't even have standing. We can't. There's nothing for us to do here.
Okay, but the fucking population doesn't know about standing. It wouldn't be so wow.
It's not necessarily
standing.
they're worried about it's not necessarily that the court is worried about public backlash.
So what are they worried about in your mind?
They still think of themselves as legitimate legal professionals, and they want to think they've got some sort of pretext for their actions, and they can't allow themselves to just completely throw standing out the window.
So do you think they care more about standing than the substantive issue of the vice president deciding the election? I actually think they're quite cavalier about standing, and they're very, very, very super inconsistent on standing.
Okay.
That's my take on the Supreme Court, is that they've made a hash of the standing doctrine, and it's fucking a mess.
Fair enough. I'll take your word on that. You're the lawyer. Fair enough. My general view of the Supreme Court is they are partisans first, and so therefore I need to have it shown to me why they would refrain from siding with Trump, rather than having an active case of why would they side with Trump, because I think of that as the default, if that makes sense.
I think that if Trump has I think that there's two thumbs on the scale they'll put on for Trump, and I think that is true. But I don't think that they're so divorced from law that they would accept some preposterous vice president controls the election argument, which is the Eastman argument. I don't think that they would. And even Eastman himself, just so you're aware, himself thought that it was very... Yeah.
Well, did he also say that he doesn't think they would touch it, or there's a chance they wouldn't touch it because of political questions, or am I thinking of something else?
Not sure.
I think what he said was, if it ever reached the Supreme Court, we would lose 9-0. But he said we're not going to reach the Supreme Court because they're going to refuse to touch it. I believe that's what he said.
I don't remember the exact language in his little memorandum.
Sure, I think that's what he said, but I could check. Fair enough. I think we just have different intuitions on where the Supreme Court is at.
Yeah.
Quickly, question before I go. If Republicans can maintain the trifecta, and they successfully get the numbers to challenge the results in Congress, then what do you think the probability is of it being stolen?
It's significantly higher. If they keep the House and keep the Senate, I wouldn't ever say greater than 50%, but then I think that there's a genuine fear, and I don't know how much percentage. I would still think it's likely the results will be borne out, because the Republicans they have in Congress, I think that you would get at least. I think you're going to slim them. Oh, you're saying assuming that they have one, I think you'd have Collins, Murkowski at bare minimum, who wouldn't abide by it. I mean, they voted to impeach and remove him, and that
was a very different time.
I do think that I honestly, if I had to bet, I think that you would have a bare majority in at least one house, even if Republicans have now if they have landslide victories in both, then I think maybe it's 50-50. But I do think odds are it's likely that the election results will be borne out, and that American elections will survive. Okay, that's my.
Do you need a majority if the House? I thought you just needed a certain number of people to co-sign an objection or something.
You need
I remember
one
this.
senator and one representative to like caucus separately, but overall, the Electoral Count Act, which again they might try to challenge the legality of Electoral Count Act. That's one thing that they could try to do, in which the Supreme Court might step in some way. But I don't think it'll be to grant the vice president unilateral control here. I think that if anything, it'll give the supremacy to Congress in terms of the electoral count. And they're not going to just say the vice president controls elections, but the Electoral Count Act allows for one senator, one rep to make an objection to then be voted on by Congress, but you still need majorities.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well,
hey man,
appreciate you, Pisco.
Thank you for
Keep up the good
your
work.
comments. Yeah, appreciate you.
I just want to say, keep up your debate style.
Thank
I love
you,
it.
bro.
I know people kind of shit on you for it, the yes
No.
or no's, but it's great stuff, man.
Appreciate you, Mitch. Have a good one down under.
Good brother. Have a good
Later.
one. Yeah, cheers, mate.
Get in, yeah. All right, cool. Me Hatch. What up, Me Hatch? You've been dragged in. Me Hatch, you're deafened. Me Hatch, you're deafened. Me Hatch. Hello. Me Hatch. We're gonna give you 10 big seconds, Me Hatch. 10, 9, Me Hatch. 8, Me Hatch.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what up, Me Hatch? Hang on. Let me put you up a little bit. Say something. Keep talking.
Testing 1 2. Testing.
Keep talking.
Testing 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Testing 1 2.
All right, you're good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I just had a couple of quick little things to share. One thing related to the last caller. I said caller. My AM radio days coming out.
Yeah.
About like the institutions and whatnot. And there's something that I think is super interesting that I was in a national security master's program at the time January 6th happened, and no one else in my class even found this, but like there's this document that was released by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I'm dropping it in the chat, the plus, between January 6th and the inauguration. And it's an unprecedented letter that, you know, there's one link from the Space Command, another one's a PDF. And I just thought you'd find it super interesting from a legal point of view as far as what the last caller was talking about. And I just had one other thing to add after you saw it, and then I'll jump.
You're sending this on, where is this? Is this on
in the Discord?
General?
I could put it in the YouTube, whatever's better.
Can you put it in general?
Oh yeah, general, you got it. Sorry, I'm a little booming on some of these sometimes.
You're good.
Cool. Gaming, general, there we go. Okay. Boom. There you go. Brian DeMario.
Oh yes, I remember this letter. Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. I just didn't know if it ever came across your radar, but it's one of those things that sort of, in the mess of all that, slipped by a lot of people. So,
yeah, what do you think about this? This is from the. Now they've replaced all these people with fucking insanos, to be clear, but.
Yeah, there's a lot of these conversations that come out where like the hypocrisy bounce back, like has the multiplier of finding a tiny person on the other side and hiding their comment to compare it to a powerful person on your side, right? And being like, you're a hypocrite because your side has this to say, and the person who said it is like holding a garage sale with 6 people, right? And like there's a loop around now that's like one piece of the polarization puzzle, which is a big giant ugly thing. But it would be helpful if we could like have a scoring system for what % of people multiplied by their power level of like their actual elected rank, right, is an actual representative of the other side's hypocrisy. It would be nice to have some kind of metric. And if we had like big old diagrams of like, here's all the people before January 6th that told Trump he did lose the election, and you just show the entire org chart of the West Wing,
Yeah.
and they're like, all the boxes are checked green except for like 1 or 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, literally everyone around was telling it. But it's hard to like weigh the amount of authoritative top level figures who are in responsible elected adult positions or like joint chiefs of staff kind of positions versus random Twitterers, and the both sizes amount part of that equation. Like we need a mechanism to deliver that score to people. Like, yeah. But this one
Hypocrisy
had
scores?
scores of like how many people on the other side and people's of responsible positions are representing the horrible view the other side is talking about. Like, for instance, with the Charlie Kirk thing, if they're like, the left is celebrating, right?
Yeah.
then like let's see a list of the top 100 social media accounts from the left, and then like rank them like those IMDb score things of like Avatar: The Last Airbender of every season, and like just showing all 100 with like a heat map, right? Just so we can get a sense of like, okay, are they going crazy or not? 1 to 10, are they doing like the crazy Destiny thing, or are they doing the responsible like reply thing? And then you just can like look, the left is like acting reasonably and grown up.
Who's
right
got
now,
the
here's
time,
data.
man, and who would care? Who would trust it, right? So,
Somebody should. There should be somebody. It wouldn't be that expensive. Like, get a couple of grad students who are good at stats. Like, anyways, that's my beef on that. I want that tool as a consumer of news so I can actually tell. If
we can't
what's
even
what.
like agree on like certain reactions are good, or like people clip certain things out of context. We disagree on, for example, what Trump's statements about the bleach and disinfectant in the blood, and so
yes,
I don't know. I think that there's irreconcilable difference here in both interpretive biases and epistemic reality. I don't know, but maybe there's a way to bridge that.
Well, this leads to my other point, is that I spent some time in the Rob Nord chat tonight just to kind of say hi.
How'd that go?
And like, they've always been friendly to me whenever I go in, and I've talked to Rob a couple of times. And like I had 1 or 2 debates with Rob, and you know, I don't come at it hard. I try to be polite, and it's fine. Like I walk away not feeling butthurt. But I'm of the opinion that like if we could find moments to like bridge things, it's still worth trying. And I just, the kind of language you're saying we're past repairing, and I'm hearing the same thing in his chat, and I'm spending time in both your chats tonight, right? Thinking like we are human beings.
Depends on what. Like I think that we should tone down the rhetoric, and I think that we need to learn to live with each other. When I say like it's past repair, what I mean is like the ideology of MAGA is something I don't think can be unified with. It's something that needs to be defeated. So I'm not saying that the people themselves are like beyond, that we can't like appeal to their voters, or that we can't learn to live with each other. If I believed that was impossible, I would be much more black pill than I am. In general, I'm hopeful. I'm an optimist. So I'm not saying that it's like beyond possibility that we can learn to live with each other. I just think in terms of ideology and visions of the world, civilizationally, one side just needs to win, and that there cannot be a synthesis of the MAGA worldview with the non-MAGA worldview. It's one necessitates the undoing of the other, in my opinion, and so that's what I think is irreconcilable. Not that we can't learn to communicate and live with each other. Although more and more I feel like that is a difficult and blackpilling situation, and that it just becomes a game of who has power, and that one side needs to learn that they're not going to get their way. But that doesn't mean that I think that we can't like live together, because we're going to have to.
Yeah, I just think that like obviously I want like satisfaction on January 6th. Like I need Trump to say he lost, and I need like
never gonna
sincere
happen.
apologies, and like right, and like so I'm trying to think about like from a 30,000 foot lens. Like America's not going anywhere, and I don't think our republic's going anywhere. How do we make it less horrible, and how do we make our realities less crazy making? And there's a lot of thinking on this, and a lot of like, but I don't know why, but just spending 5 minutes over in the Rob chat for a little bit, I was just like, I had a little bit of that tiny local bar feeling of just like, these are still human beings, and like maybe 10 years from now, it'll be 40% less bad than it feels right now, and maybe 10 years after that it'll be, like now I'm not saying I'm doing the forgetting and not like trying to like dilute anyone's blame. I maybe I'm just reaching for like an emotional point of just saying like, there was a weird moment in the Charlie Kirk theme where I'm like seeing a portal to the humanity for a second. Mm-hmm. and that was a feeling I had, and maybe it wasn't logical, but I just had it for a minute. So
yeah, I wish that there was like sentimentality could unify us, or shared, like I honestly think, right, like COVID divided us. This was a moment where we could unify as a country. I'm convinced that if 9/11 happened right now, I mean, I was just watching a 9/11 documentary, and I'm convinced that this happened right now. Like
Tucker
this,
Carlson was it?
Yeah, it would be a disaster. So I long for a time when Americans can unify, and in a way, but I don't think it'll be on sentimentality. I think that ultimately it's going to be a game of power, and then one side just needs to lose, and that side is the side currently in power right now, and that worldview needs to be abolished, destroyed. I don't mean like they can't have their view. I just mean in terms of the levers of power, in terms of their ability to command majorities in elections, that needs to be ultimately be defeated. But I don't mean that to imply that like we are unable to live with them because we have to. So that's all I'm saying, is that it's not about necessarily the people, it's the ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think, we got to put the monster back in the basement. And I think a big part of that monster is human nature. And there's just one other document I wanted to share before I go.
Okay.
And tell me if I've mentioned this to you before, but in 2018, this report became like my Bible when I went to grad school for national security. It's called the Truth Decay Report from the Rand Corporation. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, so basically Rand Corporation's like a centrist think tank that's like pretty respectable, right? And they took this topic so seriously in 2018 that like their CEO was a co-author with another woman named a person, because he was a guy, named Jennifer Kavanaugh, no relation to the Supreme Court justice. But the two of them wrote this Truth Decay report, and they're like, we are going through the destruction of people's trust in institutions. Here are the causes. Here are the likely effects in the future. And I believe this report has been really right on a lot of fronts. And so I think it's an interesting resource to tap into. And they've done a lot of research since the original report on this topic, kind of dryly and interestingly from a national security point of view and from a public health point of view. It's some of the best thinking around this. And it just sometimes, it's a good little Bible to go back to for like, oh, that's why it's broken. Right. Because of these 5-6 points of the executive summary is awesome. You should read it.
Yeah. So, just send me the link in the general and I'll put it in my bookmarks.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's all I had to add tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Mihach.
Cool. Absolutely. Have a great night.
Later.
Cheers.
All right. I believe this will probably be the last one. Mug. What up, Mug? I don't see the order in which people come in, dude. So I didn't know that you came in first or last or whatever. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3.
You hear me?
Yeah, I don't see the order people come in, so I don't know why you're being all hot and bothered.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. What's up?
I'm trying to get you through my speaker right now. Change audio output speaker.
Test.
Okay,
test.
better, much better.
No, that's an echo now. Hang on, test 1 2 3. All right, I think we're good.
No echo?
No echo. Yep, you're good.
Okay, so the reason I'm in a mood, Pisco, is I was in line when it happened. I was going to talk to Charlie Kirk.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a UVU alumni. I signed up for you have to sign up for the table, I guess, is what it is. I didn't know he was coming to UVU till my brother, he's a TPUSA guy. And he said, Charlie Kirk's coming, you got to debate him. And I said, how does that work? You got to get in line? He said, I'll sign you up. There's a link. And he signed me up. And me and my two brothers were there. And yeah, it happened right in front of us.
Two brothers, huh? What did you see?
Yeah. We saw him die.
What did, was it scary?
Yeah, well, it's like, you don't think it's real. You just say, whoa, what happened? And then you wait for someone else to do something, and then you do something. So you don't run until you see someone else run and it wasn't me. I was not the first one, but then I realized, oh, that really happened. But that's why it's been crazy.
Did they get to him quickly to move him to the car?
Charlie Kirk? Yeah, they moved him really quickly.
Did you, you heard it first before you saw it, or did you see it happen?
No, I didn't hear any gunshot, no.
You didn't hear a gunshot? Weren't you there? Or were you just so disoriented?
No, it was just loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you saw it happen in front of you? How close were you?
Yep. Maybe like 50 feet.
And did you see the guy talking to him at the time, or were you not in the position to see him?
Yeah.
I know that guy. That guy did that guy's Staxiums, I think. He's
really?
Yeah, he's someone who we've collabed before with me, Josiah, and Economan. But
man, they were talking about gang violence, I think is what it was.
You know. How's your brother coping?
Utah is in a state of he's doing the Utah thing where this is 9/11 for us. You know, Charlie Kirk is a hero here, not in the same way I think he is in other red states because of the Christian element, the Mormon element.
Yeah.
And yeah, so my brother, he's totally devastated. My older brother, he's the fan. My younger brother, I'm kind of blackpilling him lately, but yeah, and this is crazy. The New York Times, after it happened, we sticked around for a long time, and there was a vigil going on. My brother, I'm not a Charlie Kirk fan, but I was helping out my brother putting together this vigil, and the New York Times came and interviewed us. And
oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
They just asked us our names and what we saw and our reaction and now and what we think is going to happen next. And they're going to quote me. I'm gonna get famous for the first person that said it. And they're going to say, "Hey, in September 10th, 2025, this man said to the New York Times, the second Civil War started in Orem, Utah." That's my quote.
There's going to be a second Civil War.
Second Civil War, man. And I can tell you exactly how it's going to happen.
All right, tell me.
Okay. So we already know after this Catholic school shooting that happened 2 weeks ago, I want to say, that the White House was seriously considering banning trans people from owning guns. Okay.
Okay.
And I don't know if you saw, but they got the guy's gun and it had inscripted on the bullet something like trans rights, trans lives matter, right?
That's been called into question by the ATF and by New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal has put an addendum on that little report. And they, apparently it might have originated with Steven Crowder.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna become, if it is, this is what will happen. And I'm 99% sure. If it comes out that this was any way affiliated with someone who's a trans right activist, or if they're trans themselves, Trump is going to take it as a justification to send the National Guard into Utah and go into people's houses and find out where the trans people are and say, we need you to know if you have any guns and we need to take away these guns. And they're going to federalize, and Utah would let it happen. Cox would love that. Mike Lee would love that. And they're going to make sure that there's no trans people in Utah that have any guns. And that's how the Civil War starts.
Why? There's not that many trans people, so why would it start the Civil War? And
There's not that many trans people.
What do you think?
Okay.
What do you think I mean by that?
Like compared to the general population, I guess, but there are tens of thousands of trans people in Utah, and a lot of them own guns, and even the NRA said they're against Trump's decision to. That's because I don't think Trump ever said anything himself. But
yeah, they're gonna
put out a statement.
They're gonna file a lawsuit. They're not gonna go to war.
Okay, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. I'm sorry. Okay, but
it's not gonna happen.
That's my theory.
No one's gonna die for trans people's rights to have guns. Sorry, trans people, but it's not gonna happen. A lot of people don't even believe that the Second Amendment has any purchase at all, and they're certainly not going to die for it. And they'll file lawsuits for sure if they try to do it. But that'll be the end of it.
My Charlie Kirk Levin brother, he would die for trans people's gun rights.
Okay, is this a troll?
Well,
Hello?
I'm being so honest with you right now, and hey, listen, I wrote down some notes because I was a little flustered.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I was in line to talk to him when it happened. I've been busy all day. I've been awake for 40 hours now. I haven't gone to sleep yet since it happened. I've been doing yard work and pickleball with my friends to keep it busy. We do pickleball a lot here in Utah. And I was busy writing a long post for my student activist page on Instagram that I admin.
What's that called?
You have a Discord that doesn't like me, so I'm not gonna say. But yeah, I think that's a good reason. But my notes are a little jumbled right now. And I wanted to talk to you actually, because I just got on my phone for the first time all day, because I posted to my Instagram on my laptop. And I wanted to talk about your disagreement, mainly with Tim Pool, the last time you went on there. I love you. I love you. I don't think you did well in that debate. I think that was I think you weren't able to cope with like the irrationality of or you weren't able to understand where like the Christian nationalist viewpoint is coming from.
Why
But
is
before
that?
I get into that,
Oh, no,
before I get into that,
I want to know what you say about that.
okay, I'll start with that. Here's my let me scroll down to that point because I did take notes about that, but they're a little bit all over the place. I love your linearization. I'm a philosophy major, and I think that you're doing great with that. But I think even though you like wreck leftists who hate libs and you wreck libs who hate leftists, you're playing all the right cards. Andrew Wilson, Christian nationalist archetype is your natural enemy. That is what I wrote down. I said the Christian nationalist. Okay, this is why. Here, let me find it. You're appealing to the law. You're saying Trump's breaking the law when he's not following procedure when he's wanting to send the National Guard to Chicago or to wherever he's doing next. And I think you're not really responding to them when they say we don't care about the law. We care about the moral ends. We care about our ends. We don't really care about some arbitrary decision made by government powers. Like these people are populists, and these people don't believe in the idea of procedure.
Yeah,
so I think
I think that my job there is to make them look unhinged, and when they think like I don't give a shit about the law, and I think that most people who watch it are pretty disgusted by that.
No, I don't think they are. I think people see you like not responding to their point. That's like, if the law has led us here, then what's the point of then what good was the law? Like that's their point, and I don't think you ever answered that question.
You think most people are okay with law breaking?
I think most people don't care.
Okay, that's not my intuition, but separately, you're talking about that I don't want to engage.
So
you're saying that they're my natural enemy because I'm unwilling to have a debate with an objective moralist or something like that?
That you can't. Yeah, you're unfamiliar with their.
I'm totally familiar with it. Yeah, I mean, didn't you see me call out their presuppositionalness? Like the second, I called it out and stiffed it out.
I know you know what they are.
And I made a tactical decision not to get into the weeds on presuppositionalism because it loses people. Not because they're my natural enemy. It's fucking stupid. I mean, do you actually believe them that they're?
No, I don't believe them. Okay, I'm just saying that you are not responding to the. Okay, think about this. You're in Tim Pool's audience. You're on when they say. I didn't hear a good answer from you. I really didn't. When they say, with the law led us here, and assuming that they're right, that here, wherever here is a horrible place, then what good was the law in the first place? I don't think you ever gave a good answer to that.
Hang on. So first of all, I don't take your characterization of if the law led us here, then they didn't say that. They said if Democrat policies led us here, shouldn't we prefer Trump's policies to Democratic policies? And then
these guys aren't. Go ahead.
Sorry. Do you agree or disagree with my characterization of them saying not if the law led us here, but if Democrats led us here? Don't you think that it's more accurate, my characterization of their argument, which was not that the law led us here, but that Democrats led us here with their policies?
No.
So you think that's an incorrect? So my characterization is that your characterization is if the law led us here, even though Tim Pool starts this whole thing with like, look at the bulldozing of Chicago. Do you think his argument is that it's legality the problem there, or it's democratic fecklessness on crime that led us there?
No, it's civility law. It's civility politics and legal action that led us here because we were too busy appealing towards what was legal and not towards what was right. That's their point.
No, that's not their point. Their point was that democratic policies were weak because think about the denominator there, right? Like the denominator is crimes, illegal things. Okay, so what they're talking about is this dichotomy between democratic action and Republican action, and it wasn't that this is where the law brought us. This is where Democrat policies brought us. That's what their point was.
I think that may have started at their point, but the conversation quickly became when you responded talking about, well, that may be a thing that you care about, but I'm going to talk about the laws that are being broken about the Trump administration. Every time they would say, okay, but you're not listening. We don't care about the law. We care about what's moral. You never gave a good answer to that. I don't think.
So one is the reason why I'm circling on the issue of legality is because I think it looks good. I think it looks good for Tim to say, like, or for one of these people to say, I don't care about the law. I agree that one of the Christian nationalists said that. I agree that one of the Christian nationalists said that. And you're like, yeah, no one cares about that. People see that. I get messages from people from Tim Pool who are in my comments like, we think you did well. And that was unhinged. And when the Christian nationalist starts talking about blasphemy laws and going on and on about how he wants to implement these like rules and restrictions on people speaking and praying and outside, and it should be a Christian-run country, I don't think that that's the optical win that you think it is.
Okay,
I'm letting him ramble there and not letting it interrupt him because I think it looks so bad.
No, dude, when these crazy people say women shouldn't vote and we need to repeal the 19th and interracial marriage is not something that should be protected.
I'm happy to let them ramble about that and look unhinged.
Do you understand that is a growing sentiment?
Christian nationalism?
Yes.
I imagine it is, but we're here to have a debate about the deployment of the National Guard, and I think in that context,
but that's not what you just said. You were just appealing to the
and I think in that context, they look unhinged. When they start talking about blasphemy laws, and what we would do is we would have these racial laws where you'd have to be three generations here.
Yeah, I hate that guy's insane. He's insane.
Yeah, I think
he's insane to us. He's insane to us.
I think that he loses the middle when he does shit like that.
Do you think you lose the middle when you make a big stink, rightfully so in my opinion, about Garcia being deported, a guy who very possibly beats his wife and was here illegally and engaged in all kinds of illegal activity, and you say to Tim Pool, and you bring up this point again and again, that was an illegal thing. Do you think you're winning the middle over?
Yeah, I do. Look at the polling.
I don't think that.
You see the polling?
I have. Why is
wait. So you've seen the polling. Do you agree that that Trump is losing now on the immigration and border issue?
Yeah, but not for the reasons like you're describing.
Okay, so, and you agree that in polling wise he lost on Kilmar and they brought him back?
I haven't seen that, so I would.
So okay, the polling supports Kilmar's position, and also that debate performance of all my debate performance on Tim Pool, people like that one probably the most, and it's brought me a ton of people who said they agree with me on that issue. So I think that with respect to Kilmar, that's the best thing that you can pound is the law. And you say things like, it doesn't matter if he's a good or bad person. It matters if we don't want the government to abuse the law. And if I were to try to make this about how Kilmar is an angel, I would like lose that debate, right? So like, what you're basically saying, don't debate about Kilmar.
No, I'm not. Okay.
Wait, sorry, I'm going to ask you, is that your position that I shouldn't be debating about Kilmar? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. What's your position on how I should debate Kilmar? Go.
And I'm not saying that. I'm not giving any critique on Kilmar. I'm using that as an example.
Sorry. We're going to stop right there.
I never brought up Kilmar.
We're going to stop. Sorry, Mug. We're going to stop right there. Did you or did you not bring up Kilmar Berger Garcia?
Yep.
Okay, so when you just said you did not bring up Kilmar, you were wrong, right?
No, you didn't hear what I said.
Oh, you just said, did you or did you not just say I didn't bring up Kilmar?
And then I said words after that. I did not bring up Kilmar for those reasons.
Okay, well, you did bring up Kilmar Berger Garcia to critique me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so explain that critique.
Okay, the critique was when you're doing this appeal to the law, that you believe that you're actually that it's a common, it's a good win. It's an optical win for you, and it's a thing that people in the middle can agree upon. And then I countered that by saying, when you bring up Kilmar Berger Garcia on Tim Pool, a guy who is only known for, in their circles, being a guy that beats his wife, a guy that was here illegally, that came here illegally at least. I'm not going to say that he's currently here illegally. And a guy that is engaged in all kinds of illegal activities, that's not convincing to them when you say that.
I'm sorry.
The legality of it.
What is your critique of me with that debate? Do you think I should have conducted my debate with Kilmar differently, yes or no?
I think you could have done better.
Wait, sorry. Is the answer yes to that?
Ask the question again.
Should I have conducted the debate on Kilmar differently, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How should I have done it differently?
you should have appealed to the idea of procedure more and the idea of checks and balances.
What the
and you
fuck?
should not.
Didn't I do that exactly by saying in order to deport him, you have to actually rescind his withholding of removal? If you wanted to do this, you have to give him due process. How is that not appealing to procedure? You said I should have done it more?
Are we talking about the one where you were in front of the live crowd, or
live crowd? That's the Tim Pool one. Agreed?
There's another one where you were talking about it.
Okay,
so
every time I talk about Kilmar, I stress due process and procedure. That's what you said I should stress more, and that's what I do stress. So explain to me how I could have done that better.
I concede. You got me on that point.
Okay, so why'd you bring it
up? Let me tell you why I brought it up. Because when you are appealing towards, and this is my main critique about the Christian nationalist thing, when they so if you're right, and I totally mischaracterize you, which sorry if I did, I believe you when you say that that's a point that you stress. It is not a point that you did stress. At least this is what maybe my notes, maybe I took bad notes, but it is not a point you stressed in this last appearance with these Christian nationalists about the ideas of when they say that the moral aspect is more important and we need to protect people from being from criminals running rampant, and it doesn't matter if it's against procedure and it doesn't matter if against the law. We need to protect people from these criminals that are taking over Chicago.
And you
so
kept saying, in that context, I was saying things like, wait, hang on a second. I was stressing our history. I was stressing the law. You're correct. I was stressing the law. And they were saying things like, it doesn't matter if he violates the law or not. I was catching Tim Pool on inconsistencies in his application of certain terms. And you're like, I should have instead had a conversation about foundational ethics regarding Christian nationalism.
You should have had a conversation about foundational ethics regarding the ideas of checks and balances regarding power and politics, which is something they understand.
We literally did that. We were talking about federalism and the powers of different localities in the state and the separation of sovereignty between state and federal and when.
No, you explained how it is. You didn't explain why it is.
No, I literally did. That there's authoritarian tendencies that are possible when you have standing armies. I was stressing the reason why the framers were cynical of standing armies. So like I just don't understand. Like you said, the Christian nationalism was my kryptonite. That's what you were suggesting right there. So what about what you're saying is I should have stressed more, like some kind of bedrock separation of powers, structural framework,
idea of what,
but that has nothing to do with Christian nationalism. I mean, so it sounds like you're stressing things.
You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
What does it have to do with Christian nationalism and my weakness to it?
Because Christian nationalism ultimately comes down to the idea of individual interpretation of morality. Therefore, their individual interpretation of morality can't be critiqued, but the ethics being our modalities of enforcement of our morals. And I'm sorry, I'm getting technical here, but I am a philosophy major. But I wouldn't have put it this way. I wrote down how I would have put it. But the way I would have put it is essentially appealing to that idea. Okay, I mean, I know you're familiar with these presuppositionalists. I know you're familiar with their ideas of moral objectivity, and the way that you catch them, and the way that I 100% disagree with you that they look crazy. No, these people are getting huge. Okay, Nick Fuentes getting huge. Matt Walsh getting huge. They're all getting huge. Andrew Wilson's on Piers Morgan every week. Okay, they're big. Okay, and instead of saying, okay, but what you're doing is illegal and it doesn't have a basis in history, their response being, I don't care. You need to catch them in a logical error. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. So
okay?
You're telling me that you want me to say and do the presuppositional debate in that moment and say, why is something good? And they're like, well, that's in accordance with God's will. How do you know God's will? And it's a God debate.
No. I'm not asking you to do that. Okay.
So how do I catch them in a logical trap regarding their morality without trying to go for it?
Great question. And I wrote down the answer. Okay. Humor me, because this is like kind of a paragraph structured. Okay, I wrote this. This is a word for word, and tell me if this answers your question that you just asked. Tim Pool always uses this now very popular rationale of everyone just wants to impose their moral worldview, and no one actually cares about the law. That's the quote. Is it a moral worldview that's saving people? And this is the question you would ask Tim Pool to expose the logical fallacy. Is it a moral worldview? Is it your moral worldview that saving people from being murdered or dying is good? Yes. Okay. If an executive order gun ban and or alcohol abolition had the effect of saving lives, that is being your moral worldview, would you still object on the legal grounds of government overreach, notwithstanding the fact it had a positive effect in line with your worldview? I would, and you would too, which is to say that we care about the law. So don't say that you don't care about the law, because the ends do not justify the means, and the illogical and it's illogical to separate your moral ideals, like stopping crime and death, from the methods of enforcing those ideals.
Wait a second.
That's
How is that illogical? So I would say, like,
that's all the law is. When they say they don't care about the law, you need to say this.
You
need to
do
say,
care
that's
about
all
the law.
is.
They'll just say no. They say I care about the law insofar as it enforces the morality. That's what they'll say. And in what sense is that like? What's the contradiction there?
You need to say
I can't avoid the morality issue there if you're trying to.
Whoa! There's a difference. Yes, you can avoid the morality issue, but I'm not talking about the morality issue when it comes to like the objectivity. I'm talking about the procedure of enforcing that morality, and those things can be separated, and you can catch them in a contradiction without going down the line of, well, how do you know what's right?
Wait,
and
no,
wrong?
they bite the bullet.
They
bite the bullet. Say it's okay to break the law to the extent that it doesn't violate my morality. They bit the bullet in the first second.
Let me finish, Pisco. This is the answer. You say, when you say it's okay to break the law insofar as it coincides with your moral worldview, all the law is the procedure and allocations of power used to enforce those moral ideas. That's why.
Do you think they don't know that?
No, they do not. They don't know that. Okay, but when you give the example of,
no, they literally talked about this. The British guy laid that out. They understand that.
They don't understand.
The British guy literally said that the laws, this neutral arbiter that sits atop our different moral premises. He literally said that.
These guys are debaters. You're right, but I'm talking about they're talking about their base. I'm talking about their base, and you need to be able to appeal to their base with ideas of like, we understand this intuitively with ideas of free speech. We understand this intuitively with the ideas of
they bit the bullet. Okay, so you want me to say, no, you actually do care about the law. And they're like, yeah, insofar as it extends to my moral worldview. And I'm like, no, but what about
No, that's not that. Even you care about the law. You care about the law, at least if you're being honest, even when it doesn't coincide with your moral worldview.
No, I don't. I'm gonna be them. You be them. You be me.
Yeah. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. Do you think it would be inappropriate to restrict gun rights even if it saved lives?
Yes. I'm not a consequentialist. I would go according to God's will.
Okay. Is there any situation where a law can be said to have value even if it's a bad law ever?
To the extent that it's not coinciding with God's will, no. Good only makes sense. Good is only a concept to the extent that you're coinciding with God's will, and so anything for something to be good, it must coincide with God's will.
Okay, that's perfect. To enforce God's will, we humans who have individual interpretations of God's will, we have to work together, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what they would say to that. No. Maybe sometimes, yes. So God's will is God's will, and people.
Right. But whose interpretation of God's will do we defer to? Like our own or someone else's?
So God will. There's divine revelation that tells us subjectively what God's will is.
Okay, and if someone's divine revelation is interpreted, they themselves interpret it differently than you do. Which one are we supposed to appeal to when working together in order to enforce the law?
Yeah. So.
When you say that to them, they understand intuitively that the separation of powers makes sense in that regard. Okay,
that's true of any system. But democracy. I believe in a republic. That's what the guy said, by the way. I do believe in a republic form of government, but it doesn't need to be divorced from Christ. But again, that system of government, we should get rid of any law that would be contrary to God's will. I just don't understand why is spending time doing this useful for me?
Okay, if you said this comment again, let me get more into it. It would show the contradiction between the people who are trying to point you out as someone who is
we should change the law. We should change the law to be in line with God's will.
Okay, when you come across as someone who's obsessed with the law and not about
I'm playing the fucking role of the guy. We should change the law to be in accordance with God's will.
Okay. to change the law in order to be God's will, it's not going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to happen with flawed humans in the process who have their own ideals and their own self-interests. Wouldn't it be imprudent in God's, through whatever the objective God's will is, to have a separation of powers in that system, objectively, logically, under your own framework?
I'm not sure what their response is structurally, but
if they didn't say yes, they would be inconsistent.
Why would that be inconsistent? They could just say, no, it should be me in charge, or no, it should be this, this multi-faith, whatever, the religious, whatever he was suggesting. I don't understand what this gets me. They're not committed to Jeffersonian or Madisonian or Washingtonian democracy. They're not, and they've explicitly rejected.
They're theocrats. I understand that. Yeah,
they're advocating for a theocracy, and I don't understand why you think it would be a logical error for them to be against the separation of powers that I value. I don't know. This is
because they at Foundation understand why free speech being regulated is a dangerous thing. Even I wouldn't say that so much as the Christian.
You're appealing to consequences.
Let me talk for Tim Pool, not these guys for a second. Okay, let me talk for Tim Pool, because Tim Pool would let them get away with the most insane things, never push them back, but he'd push you back super hard and drives me nuts. But it resonates with him. Okay, when they say things like, you're just obsessed with you're just obsessed with the legality of things. We're obsessed with the moral outcome of things, and and you pretend to be obsessed with the law, but really you're just trying to force your own subjective moral worldview as well. That resonates with people like Tim, and that resonates with people like in Tim's audience. Okay, you need to make the point that, like free speech, something they understand when we restrict it. The question is, who makes that decision? Okay, and they understand that intuitively, and you need to drive that home when it comes to things like deploying the National Guard. Okay, and let me read this.
So when I say something like, who gets to decide what's blasphemy, do you think that that's appealing to the who decides question?
I don't remember you saying that, but it would be, yeah.
How much you want to bet I said that? And then
10,000.
Do you agree that Tim agreed with me in there? Because you understand that I had this conversation. I maybe remember more than you do. I said, who decides? Who decides what's blasphemy? It'll be a corrupt priest. And he's like, well, it wouldn't be this. It will be a corrupt minister. That's what would happen. Then Tim said, that is what would happen. I agree with Pisco. Do you remember that exchange or no?
I don't. I believe you, but I don't remember it.
Okay, so then I did bring that up.
You did bring that up. Okay, I think if you watch it again, and this is the consensus I got from reading the comments. It's that
which comments?
Both under yours and under his.
My comments are glowing. His are obviously unhinged, but his audience is unhinged.
I saw a few. Any comment that didn't say "good job, Pisco" had a similar criticism I had under yours.
No, I don't believe you. Yeah, put up, go to general and be like Christian nationalists are your kryptonite because you didn't bring up the. I actually don't know if I can synthesize your comments. Your comments are actually to focus on shared notions, valuing proceduralism and structure.
Yeah.
Okay. That is like my whole raison d'etre. My whole thing is to focus on structural arguments appealing to procedure, arguments appealing to pragmatism and how things are going to be implemented. So, I mean, to the extent that I'm failing on that front, like Jesus, but okay. I mean, give me examples of those comments, Mug, and I'll address them in due course. Okay.
Okay, I'll do that. And let me read this last note. It'll take me 10 seconds, and you tell me if this makes sense of something you could have said. Okay. Not all laws are reasonable. Some are, and no law is perfect. But if you allow the picking and choosing, when you think government shouldn't follow law to serve your morality, even if you'd like what they would do, like stopping crime, that's logically worse than a process which had space for litigation, even if made a bad judgment, even when making a bad judgment, because then we'd have a king in that circumstance, or we'd have a single authority. If the Supreme Court makes a bad decision for government enforcement, it should be respected by the executive branch to ensure separations of power and no dictator. Even a bad law has value when created with deliberation instead of a government that made a possibly good law or even a good decision by the process of unchecked authority. Even a bad law has value compared to a government that made a decision that would have good consequences without deliberation.
I just don't understand how you think that's going to convince them when they bite the bullet and like, yeah, no, they should break the law.
It's not going to convince.
Okay, so then what's
It's not going to, but it will convince Tim Pool and his audience. They would love that answer. They would love it.
Tim Pool is saying that he's fine with breaking the law, but I will say I guess I would probably use the term picking and choosing. I think that's useful language, but I don't think it's. I think they bit the bullet way too fast, and so I don't know how much more convincing.
The Christian nationalists will, but Tim Pool would love that answer.
Tim bites that bullet. I think every single time I talk to him. So
I don't know. But also, Ogre Boy was right. Ogre Boy was right about the voting thing. He was right, and so was Primes K.
Oh, you're a fucking commie?
No, but they're right. They are right.
They are not right about that. What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't vote for Kamala Harris?
No, I did.
Okay, so what are they right about?
That you're being illogical when you say that it's effectively zero in both cases, even in a non-swing.
Hang on. It is effectively zero. Do you agree? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so
it's not effectively zero. It's not effectively zero because when you say that my vote is effectively zero, meaning that the implication is that even if I gathered, Ogre Boy said it wrong. Ogre Boy said it wrong when he says like, even in my individual base, it would be effectively zero.
I'm going to ask you this question. All right, so what are the odds that you affect dispositively the results of election for president in a swing
effectively
state?
Zero. Effectively zero. That's the answer.
So for you to, it's effectively zero. I'm just going to make sure I get your words exactly right. Effectively zero for an individual in a swing state. To dispositively affect the election with their vote. And so now I'm going to ask you, in a safe state, what are the chances that you dispositively affect the result of an election in a safe state with your vote?
It's effectively zero.
Okay, so help me out there, because there's this thing called the transitive property of equality. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're both effectively zero. So help me out.
Okay. But the implication, if I'm justifying my protest vote, okay, the implication is that even if I appeared in mass, that's the implication. And Ogre Boy bit the bullet, and he got it wrong when he said, I mean, in my individual basis. But if you're saying I'm in a safe state like Utah, so I didn't vote for Kamala, you would be wrong to point out that their individual vote is effectively zero, because the implication, because it is effectively zero, but it is factors less, more likely to factors less even on an individual basis in its number effectiveness than in a swing state. And because of that, the implication of me saying this protest vote makes it appropriate for me to abstain. The implication is even if I turned out in mass, it wouldn't have the effect. So it is okay for me to have a protest vote and not vote for Kamala Harris.
So stop. We're specifically and only talking about one vote. Agreed? Yes or no?
You are.
Wait. So
I'm not.
Okay. So when my statement to Ogre Boy, when Ogre Boy says my protest vote is justified because I was in a safe state, do you understand him to be talking about his vote?
That sentence can make sense. That sentence can make sense.
Sorry. When he says my vote didn't make a difference because I lived in a safe state, do you understand him to be talking about his vote or for something else?
His vote.
Okay, so he's not talking about a mass of votes, right? He's talking about his vote, isn't he?
When he says my vote, the implication is that my vote, even along with everyone who agrees with me, vote. And he bit the bullet.
What the fuck? Words mean nothing to you. Words mean nothing to you. So when he says my vote, you think he means me and some other undescribed group of people's votes?
I think he knew the logic, and he meant our vote. I think he knew that, but then you cornered him, and you went lawyer mode on him, and you made him look stupid.
So he was wrong? So he was wrong then?
He was wrong in his reasoning, yes. He was wrong in his reasoning, but his
conclusion.
Essentially, he was there you go. I mean, yes, he was wrong.
He was wrong in his conclusion, correct?
He was wrong in his argument.
I don't know what you mean by wrong in his argument.
Because I understand his intention. I understand his essence of his argument.
So when he says that it would be rational to distinguish his individual vote in a safe state versus a swing state based on its instrumental effects, namely its tendency to affect the dispositive outcome of an election.
Yeah, that's a bad argument.
That's wrong, isn't it? It's
Yes.
wrong. It's irrational. Okay, so that.
But I understand the essence of his argument. I don't think you do.
The conclusion, which is that it's rational to make that kind of distinction, that's wrong, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so that's wrong.
But
what would be right?
If you interpret it, if you give him some grace and you go maybe philosopher mode instead of lawyer mode, which I know people don't like that, but every now and then it's helpful. And you give him some grace and you say, I'm not trying to win a debate here, but I'm trying to understand and help you come to your own conclusion a little bit better. It does make sense to say that in a safe state, a protest vote is not the same as in a swing state.
Why?
Because even with all the people even if I did not do a protest vote in a safe state, and assuming that everyone else came out with me, it still would not have the effect. Versus in a swing state, it would. Therefore, even in the best scenario, it not having the positive effect, my protest vote is justified.
No, but even in a scenario with a great deal of people, your individual vote isn't going to change that.
Yes, but you're not. No one disagrees with that. Okay, but
okay,
that's you're changing the scope of the argument when you say that.
So that's true of a safe state and a swing state. In both cases.
Yes, correct. You just changed the scope. You just changed the scope.
Right.
I did not make that claim.
Hang on a second. So if you're saying as a groups of people protest votes can change an election in a swing state and they can't in a safe state, that's correct. But again, why would that affect your individual vote? Why would that affect why would that affect your individual vote? I'll ask.
Because groups are made up of individuals, and I can make the
assumption. But for an individual's vote, you don't change whether the group is one thing or the other, correct?
And I'm not thinking about my own individual vote when I'm in a safe state.
So when it comes to the individual vote, in any
You're
respect,
winning on a technicality.
Wait, no, I'm winning on everything. So either as part. Wait. So hang on. So either in terms of group dynamics, which is what you're trying to say makes us different, or in terms of actual propensity of the vote, your individual vote doesn't affect group dynamics, and it doesn't affect swing state or it doesn't affect the actual outcome in the individual sense.
I'm talking about ethical culpability here. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay?
So when we say that your vote, it was wrong to vote that way, we're not stating that as a shorthand to it's basically saying the outcome that you voted for is a bad outcome. That's what it's shorthand for. No one is saying that was a bad vote. Is saying, well, it's bad because you had the effect of bringing it about as an individual vote. No one's saying that. When they say it was wrong.
Is it wrong to have a protest vote in Utah?
I think it's wrong to have. Yeah, I do.
Why?
I do, because when we say it was wrong to vote that way, it's not a reference to the instrumental effect of your vote, because your vote in any context as an individual, like, you didn't bring about the outcome. So we're not talking about your vote in the consequentialist sense. We're talking about your intention as exemplified by your vote in terms of what you want as your actualized outcome. That's what people mean by saying it was wrong to vote for Trump, it was wrong to vote for Biden. They're not saying the individual vote, because that would be ridiculous. Agreed?
Yes, but you're misinterpreting.
So when people say your vote, you did the wrong thing by voting for Trump, Biden, etc., whatever, they're not talking about you affected the outcome, that you could have had some different thing. What we're talking about is your stated preference in the outcome. That's what we're saying is wrong. That your desire is wrong. That your desire is unethical. That what you would.
Whoa! No! You assume that you admit that even if a candidate is better than Kamala, for example, even if there's a third party candidate who could be better, it's still better to vote for Kamala because the third party candidate is less. They just can't win. Correct? Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. So I think that in general, people talking about the election, that you should support the non-viable candidate. And you should vote for the viable candidate.
Is it appropriate? Let me ask the question.
Yeah, go for
Is it appropriate for someone in Utah to vote for someone in this hypothetical that you would agree is the non-viable candidate but has superior policies in an attempt to have a protest vote in a safe state? Is it a good or bad vote to vote for that third party candidate? Why?
It's bad because it speaks, because in general, right, the overall candidates that are on the table, there's only two. It's a two-party system. And so it
But
speaks.
you would agree
it's-
that in a safe state, my protest vote, even if it were not a
It's
protest
not about.
vote,
So I want to be very, very clear. It's not about the instrumental effects of your vote. That's not what it's about. It's about.
What do you mean by that?
It's
Can
about.
you clarify?
So by instrumental, I mean it's not about your vote's tendency to affect the outcome. You understand what I mean by that, or not?
I think so.
Okay. So let's
don't
make sure you know so. So when I say that us talking about this doesn't relate to your vote's tendency to affect the outcome, I'm saying we're not here reflecting on the morality of your individual vote because it is likely or unlikely to actually affect the outcome.
Yeah, if that's
okay?
what you're saying, then I'm lost. Why
No.
aren't we talking about that?
Because
why isn't that the crux of the argument?
everyone's vote has a effectively 0% chance of
You don't think it's a
doing
relevant
that.
fact?
You don't
think it's a relevant fact? Answer this question.
Oh
Answer
my
this question.
God.
Do you think it's a relevant fact that even though both of our votes are effectively 0 on an individual basis, that one of those votes is factors more relevant than compared to the other?
No one is thinking that way. No one is thinking
I'm
that.
asking you a question, okay? I'm asking you what people are thinking.
No one is thinking that way. No.
I'm asking you if people are thinking that way. Answer that
I'm not.
question.
Me neither. No. It is not.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
It is not relevant at all. No. Because that's not what people are talking about, right? So, and let's make sure
It's
wait.
not-
Wait.
Who's
That's not what is meant by this entire conversation. I just want to make sure we agree about that. So, do you agree, yes or no, that when people are talking about the morality of their vote, they are not referencing the tendency of their individual vote to affect the outcome? That's not.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
No way.
All right.
No way. That's exactly what Ogre Boy was talking about.
So you think when people are even though everyone knows that individual,
Prime's
this
different.
is
Prime is
so
different.
this
You're
is
right.
crazy. I mean, like,
you're right about Prime. You're right about Prime. Ogre Boy made a rational, coherent argument. You want on the technicality when he said, even if I concede that Kamala is the superior candidate to Trump, if I am in a safe state, my protest vote of voting for and give me the benefit of the doubt, my third party candidate who has superior policies, who cannot win, that protest vote cannot be called a bad vote because it would not effectuate the
that's
change
true of
in
every
the outcome.
and to be clear, that's true of every single vote, correct?
Nope.
Wait, which
Because
vote? Sorry. Which
It's
vote?
true of every individual vote.
Sorry. It is true of every that what you just said is true of every individual vote, correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, every individual on individual basis, not on mass. You're not taking that into account.
I just want to be clear. So you agree, therefore, that when we're talking about people's whether it was right or wrong to vote for president, we are not talking about their individual votes' tendency to affect the outcome of the election, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So,
but we are talking about we're talking about the possibility of their individual votes being added up. You're not getting this.
Oh my God.
They're asking you to please take into account the fact that even if I add up my effectively 0 thing, even if I add this up, even if I take it to the maximum possibility of most effectiveness, it's not enough to change the outcome.
Okay, but your individual vote doesn't affect the group dynamic, right?
Yep.
Agreed?
Correct.
So your individual vote isn't affecting whether there's a mass or not a mass. So we're not talking about individual vote tendencies. Agreed?
We're talking about individual rationality when it comes to the to the justification of saying even though I admit that my vote doesn't has an effectively 0 chance of changing the outcome
or the group dynamic, right? Wait, agreed. On either the group dynamic.
People make up groups.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Wait. Hang on.
So
to be clear, Milk, you agree that I agree that individuals make up groups, correct?
Yeah, not consistently. Not consistently.
Wait. So you don't think that you think that I think that groups are not made up of individuals?
Not in applying your logic.
Okay, so I want to be clear.
You're forgetting
groups do make up individuals. Do you agree, yes or no, that one's individual vote doesn't affect the overall group dynamic? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I answered that question.
Yes. Okay.
No, the answer is
so. In every respect, right, in either the outcome or the overall direction of a group, your individual vote plays effectively 0 role. Correct?
It cannot.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Ask that whole question again.
In either the outcome of the election or in the overall group dynamic, your vote plays effectively 0 role. Agreed? Yes or no?
The effect in the overall group. Well, yeah, I'll say
Okay.
that's correct.
So when we're talking about what the morality of one's vote, we're not talking about its individual tendency to affect either the outcome of the election or the group dynamic that might lead to a dispositive outcome in an election. Correct?
You are. I don't think that's what.
Sorry. No, I asked you a question. When people speak of the morality of a vote, do you think that they're talking about the individual vote's tendency to affect either the group dynamic of people voting or the individual vote's tendency to affect that group dynamic or the individual vote tendency to affect the outcome? Or do you think they're referencing something else?
I think they're referencing something else.
Yes, I agree. I think what they're referencing is the preferred outcome of two viable candidates. That's what they're talking about. And the actualization of that outcome and what the person in front of them would want to see as an outcome between two viable candidates. That's what they're referencing.
I don't see how you're not getting my. Even if I agree with that, even if I concede that, I don't see how you're not getting this idea that I can justify myself and under your own framework, you can't call my vote a bad vote in a safe state. When I did a protest vote, because I took into consideration that in the best case scenario of all of my vote being added up with it, because I know my individual vote is effectively zero. I know that very well. But even in a best case scenario, when I add up my effectively zero vote with all the people who would agree with me to vote for the more likely,
because your individual vote has. So I will say that you are representative of a group of people who did collectively, had an instrumental effect on the outcome, that you had a dispositive whatever, right? And maybe you didn't in a safe state as a collective versus in a swing state or whatever. I'm happy,
and it makes sense.
Yeah. So if there were some like grand movement, with it, but all I'm saying is it doesn't justify the individual conduct. The individual conduct is something that needs to be, there needs to be some other basis to assess the individual vote. Separate and apart from
group conduct cannot be separated from the individual conduct because groups are made of individuals.
It absolutely can be, right? So like, because you don't affect the outcome of the group based on your individual vote, that you can't point to the group that you make up because it has no bearing on it. So the individual vote isn't affecting the group and how it's working and what they're voting for.
It is affecting the group, even if it is effectively zero. If it is effectively zero plus effectively zero plus effectively zero plus effectively zero plus effectively zero, is that effectively zero? So no, it's not, right?
But hang on, but every instance of it, the one effectively zero is effective. That's what it means to be effectively zero.
But I'm asking you to take into account the fact that even if I add up my effectively zero plus effectively zero plus effectively zero, that even if I take that into account in a safe state, that still won't change the outcome. Ergo, my protest vote can be seen as not a bad vote, as a good vote.
No, because your individual vote hasn't affected that group dynamic either. It hasn't affected that.
Stu, okay, that's illogical. That doesn't make sense.
No. You've already. Sorry, you agreed to that premise. But you've agreed to that, so you can't just say that it makes no sense. You already agreed to this.
Okay. So I think, and I even wrote this down in my notes. So
wait, sorry, I just want to say you agreed to this. What I just said, you agreed to.
And I think I'm going to amend it a little bit. Which is that the word effectively zero is doing a lot of carrying for you. Okay, when you're saying it's effectively zero, the implication being that it's effectively zero, and we cannot take into account.
Let me specify. Sorry, so let's remove the speculation and say it's at least 0.000000001% chance. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
And then in a swing state, it's
0.000000002.
Okay.
So no one is being like, oh yeah, like this distinction, and this is what Ogre Boy was implying, is the reason why it's okay that I voted in a safe state versus a swing state. No one is looking at those two incredibly small numbers to justify the difference in how they voted. No one. That is so preposterous that anyone would think that. And this is also true, by the way, of the group dynamic. Your tendency to
Are you
affect
just
that.
looking at those two really small numbers and saying that it's preposterous? The logic makes sense. It follows.
No, this is not actually what people are thinking about in terms of their vote.
Are you saying I'm unique in my
Yes,
justification?
you would be. Yes, you would be.
But you're saying I'm correct in my justification.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Sorry. So, do you think that it's rational to pick between these two? That the tendency, like the difference between these two, very is relevant to you. Okay, why is it relevant?
Because even it has to be taken into account. If it's not taken into account, you're missing the forest for the trees. If it has to be taken into account that even if that 0.000002, or sorry, that the one that the safe state, okay, the 0.1, even if that is added up with all my other 0.1s, and I do my due diligence.
No, we're not doing adding up. We're not doing adding up, okay? Because we agree, right? Like we agree. But
you're winning on a technicality. You're talking about my individual vote. I'm talking about my individual vote as a part of a group.
If you grant that, if you grant that, then you've granted the whole outlook, right? The whole outlook is that we're not judging your vote based on its tendency to affect anything, and that when he tries to bring it up as a distinguisher about why it was okay for him to vote in that context, well, I live in a swing state, the answer, or sorry, I live in a safe state, that's not a satisfying answer, because his individual vote won't affect either in a swing or a safe state.
Part of a group.
No, but it won't affect. It has exactly effectively the same amount of zero, right? Like effectively close to zero.
You acknowledge this logic. You acknowledge this logic when you say that there's a reason that candidates come to states that are swing states.
No, that's different. That's the way. No,
acknowledge it.
Hang on. You're not listening to me. So we're not.
Yeah, I get it.
We're not analyzing. We're not analyzing the candidates' behavior and whether or not what they're doing is smart. We're talking about an individual voter. I'm going to repeat it 5 more times, all right? And you're not going to interrupt me. I'm going to mute you if you do. We're talking about individual voter, not a candidate. 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 We're talking about individual voter and not a candidate. And they're different incentive structures because there's different dynamics at play for them. And so the tendency for a candidate to affect their election by going to some place versus others is much larger than zero. Okay, it's much larger than zero, and that's not true of an individual voter.
I don't think I disagree with you, but
okay,
I think
great.
You're not getting the justification when I'm saying that you cannot separate my individual vote from my vote being part of a group. You can't do that
wait, because your individual vote doesn't affect the group.
Okay, what's a group made out of? Is it made out of individuals?
I understand that, but you voting.
Then it does.
No. Wait. You already granted that was effectively zero to affect the group.
No, what? Whoa. Effectively, we stopped doing that, didn't we? Didn't we stop saying the word effectively?
Okay,
didn't we stop saying that?
What are the odds that your individual vote? Remember, we're not talking about you talking to your friends. We're not talking about you being a streamer and incentivizing people to vote one way. We're talking about your individual vote.
0.0001.
You're just as unlikely.
Is a relevant difference. It's a relevant difference.
Oh, so now you're biting the bullet and you're saying it actually makes rational sense to vote for this marginal, very incredibly infinitesimally small difference between your likelihood tendency to affect an election in a swing versus a state on the group dynamic. This is so fucking stupid.
To be able to justify my vote to you.
No. It's stupid.
One vote good and one vote bad.
It's so stupid. It's not what people are talking about. It's not what people mean when they're talking about their vote. They're not like, oh, this infinitesimally small difference between my tendency to affect an outcome either in a group sense or in a...
I understood Ogre Boy to mean what I'm representing. I understood him to mean that. I think you misrepresented him.
No, because what you're talking about is also fucking stupid. What you're talking about is stupid. That you're basically biting the bullet and you're saying, yeah, it's rational to you see these two infinitesimally small
protest.
This infinitesimally small chances of affecting either the group dynamic or the dispositive nature of an election. It's rational to see these infinitesimally small difference between two infinitesimally small numbers and to be like, yeah, I prefer one or the other, and so that's what's going to justify a completely different vote. That it would be irrational.
It is relevant
correct?
because it
no,
is
no.
relevant because
Is
those
that
numbers-
irrational? Is it irrational? Well, I'm going to vote a completely different way because of 0.001% difference in my
No, it's not
tendency to
irrational.
affect it.
Sorry, sir. It's not irrational. It's not irrational because those 0.002 versus the 0.001 has to be taken into the context of whether or not it would be effective even in a group setting.
No,
It has to be taken into a context.
because your individual vote is not going to affect that group. Correct?
No, not correct. It will affect that group.
How will it affect the group in a way that's different than how it will affect the
It
outcome?
will affect it by 0.00002. It will affect it by that much.
No. But you're it's the same problem. Whether it's the group dynamic or the underlying result of the election, it's the same percentage problem.
If it's the deciding factor, if it's the likelihood of it being the deciding factor, yes,
is
it's
effectively for both the group dynamic and
zero. But that's a different question. That's a different question.
No, it's the same question. It's essentially the same question. Yes, I understand. It's
Being the
technically
deciding vote,
in a group, and so you're not gonna your individual vote won't affect the group, right?
No, it will affect the group.
How?
In the context, because if we're asking the question, let's ask the question, right? Will your individual group will your individual vote affect the group in a way to effectuate outcome in the election in a safe state? The answer is no.
And in a swing state, the answer is no as well.
No, it's a different question.
No,
I mean,
wait, it's a different question? It's a different question?
Sorry.
How? It's the same question,
Sorry,
right? Wait, I just want to be clear. Is it the same question? Yes. Wait, sorry. I just want to be clear. No, you can answer the way I prefer. So is it a different question? It's the same question, correct?
Yes.
So is there a different answer?
No, sorry. I
Okay,
misspoke.
so
Give
it's
me
the same.
Pisco, I misspoke.
So it's the same answer and the same question, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
but
then, so therefore, it doesn't make a compelling reason to distinguish the vote between two states.
Let me think about that. 0.0002.
You think about it. I gotta go to bed. Hey, this is a great convo. Luke, think about it. I love
I'm gonna find those Tim Pool comments.
Yeah, find them.
Find
them and send them. All right. Hey, this is great. Love you, man.
All right.
Peace
I'll talk
out.
to you later.
Oh my god, it's like pulling teeth, man. You guys get it though, right? You guys get it? We just kind of circle the drain for a little bit, but you guys get it? How y'all doing? You guys get it? You understand what I'm saying? You get me? Do you understand? You get it? All right, that's sick that you get it. I'm gonna raid this channel. I would like you guys to just be very, very nice to this person. She, I think, is like in school for being a doctor. I think we've collabed before. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But I'm raiding into cereal for every meal. And yeah, thank you guys. Much love. See you later. And please, stay cool. Thank you for the sub.